Board of the Liquor License Commissioners for Thursday, October 30th, 2014. This is the 11 o'clock session.
Let's find out if we're on the record. For him.
We are.
Okay.
Yes, we are, sir.
Good morning, everybody. All right, call the first case, please.
Hosapon Inapu, that is at Hassan Khan Inc., trade name Eagers at St. Paul Street. This is at 1001 St. Paul Street. It's a Class A beer wine liquor, an application for transfer.
All right, who's going to, you represent them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Enter your appearance, please.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jay Yu, representing the transferee HSSH Con Inc. The applicant, Mrs. Con and Mr. Her.
And your name?
My name is Jay Yu.
All right. And this has no opposition, is that correct? Do you wish to present any testimony? All right. Any questions of the commissioners?
Not at this time.
No. Any questions of my commissioners to you?
So, just so I'm clear, this is an application to transfer ownership only, so from one owner to a new owner,
Yes, sir.
correct?
From Mr. Her, who's the sole proprietor to HSSH Con Inc. And the licensee, the applicant will be Mrs. Con and Mr. Her. He will agree to.
Together.
Yes.
Okay.
Remain as the resident agent and the 1% shareholder.
1% shareholder. Okay.
No other questions?
No.
All right. Time for decision. I vote yes.
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 You have our decision, sir.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you.
All right. Call the next case, please.
Oscar Zing-Ju Lee, Radcliffe Tenson, LLC. This is trade name pending, 529 East Belvedere Street. This is a Class B beer wine liquor, application for transfer of ownership.
All right. Enter your appearance, please.
Anastasia Thomas Nardangeli,
I'm going to ask you. How do you spell
Nardandan,
it? Narzi?
D is in dog,
D-A.
Ngeli.
I can't help it. My hearing's not perfect. I used to be a weapons instructor in the Army. I shot millions of rounds of guns all day long, every day for a year, and it wrecked my hearing, to be honest with you. And well, I think I got it. All right. I see no opposition to this.
No, in fact, we have community support from the Belvedere Improvement Association as well as the Govinstown Business Association. I believe that both of the letters of support were submitted to the board prior to the hearing, but just in case, I have a package of exhibits to submit to the commissioners.
You want to give it to us collectively?
Yes, I'll give, let's
Move
see.
them in as Exhibit 1 on your page.
Okay, so the Belvedere Improvement Association can be Exhibit 1, and then behind that is the Govinstown Business Association Letter of Support. That can be Exhibit 2. And then I included a floor plan as Exhibit 3, just in case you all wanted to see the floor plan.
Commissioners have any questions?
Actually, I do.
all the
Nick,
same.
did you have a packet for?
Yes.
So the trade name is not yet known. What, so this is going to be in the Belvedere Market?
That's correct, and the trade name is known, it's EDGI, E-J-J-I.
E-J-J-I?
EDGI, yes.
And what type of restaurant is this, or is it just liquor?
No,
No.
it is Asian food, ramen noodles.
We'll have to swear you if you
Right,
want to say
and
anything.
I'd
She
like
can
to
talk
swear-
for you without being sworn.
I'd like to present the applicant, Oscar, and also Sean is another owner of the company that owns the restaurant now, and would like to get them sworn in just so they can provide
Swear the witnesses.
information.
Raise your hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, so this is a transfer of an existing license that was formerly owned by or that is currently owned by Ican Seafood. Ican Seafood is owned and operated by Oscar's uncle and Sean's father. Is that your brother? Okay, so brother. And Oscar and Sean bought the business and are taking over operations, and so that's why we're asking for the transfer. And they actually changed the concept of the restaurant a little bit so that it's less seafood focused and more ramen noodle focused, still with an Asian overtone.
You wish any testimony?
Well, not at the moment, but I'd also like to include a request to remove a current restriction on the license. And that is a restriction that has been there since they obtained the license, that they should use the establishment as a bona fide raw bar. We're not raw bar. We're not quite sure what that means. There's no definition included in the code.
I mean, that you cannot do it, that's the restriction?
The restriction was that they had to use it as a bona fide. Yes, we're asking for that to be removed. And if you look at the community support letters that we've submitted, the community is 100% on board with removing that restriction.
Makes sense.
We are also requesting outdoor seating be included on the license now. The landlord who owns the entire Belvedere Market has obtained proper zoning clearance for outdoor seating. The applicant was granted was told by the landlord that he would be given a certain space in front of the building or in front of his establishment to be used for outdoor seating. Right now, we're negotiating with the landlord about where the space will exist and who will be entitled to use what space.
You have to come back to us for that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, we don't have a floor plan for the outdoor seating at the
You gotta
moment,
come
so,
back.
okay.
And you have to submit it again to your community.
Right, well, the
representatives.
community has approved the outdoor seating as indicated on the letters of support, but like we said, we're still talking to the landlord about the exact
The
space,
exact place.
right, the exact space that would be used,
Too
so,
bad, a little trouble, but
yeah.
gotta do it,
But we still want to get the transfer and the raw bar restriction removed if possible.
yes. And questions, commissioners?
So my question is, what is the status of the license today? When was the license last used, and is it still valid?
Well, the license was last used, they're in operation right now. When they transferred ownership, ICANN continued to operate the establishment, and then they did close for build out, but they opened last week.
So they closed for build out, how long were they closed?
Sometime in April to
Your name, sir?
Sean. We closed sometime in April, and then Vong, V-O-N-G. And
Did you get
the
that?
final inspection was passed in middle October. So,
Closed in April this year.
yes.
When?
It's like first week, probably like first week.
And then they reopened,
Last week.
was there any application for an extension of the license for hardship?
You know, they did not submit an application for extension.
What's the time period?
Well, it's looking pretty close to me.
Yeah, well, they
like-
have 6
like
months.
You have 6 months, but if you close the first week of April and didn't open until the third week of October, you could be 2 weeks too late.
I believe that they made we talked about whether or not they needed an extension, and the way, I didn't calculate it exactly. I'm not even sure the exact day that you closed or opened, but we were aware that it was 180 days, and I think that we were within that time frame. I mean, if not, could we request a hardship extension right now? I mean, they're not current.
I think what you need to do is come back with some definite dates as to when they
Give
closed.
us a date that shows you that you're open, that you were only closed for 6 or less months.
I mean, can you guys attest to that, or do we have to go out, calculate that,
You're within a couple of days, but we don't know what it is.
right?
I think you need to caucus.
Once you go in the back, they'll give you a recess right now
Okay.
and come back in a couple minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds
We'll
good.
call the next case meanwhile. All right, call the next case.
Yes, sir. It is Vincent Amorosina. This is the Water Street Tavern, trade name Water Street Tavern. This is the Class BD7 at 100 Water Street. This is a request to expand premises, including live entertainment and outdoor table service.
Are we on Water Street?
Yes, sir.
Abraham Hurdle for the applicant, Vincent Rosamina, currently out of the Water Street Tavern. I have 3 copies of the existing floor plan. I apologize, my copier is,
You're asking for live entertainment and outdoor table service.
the premises currently has,
You already have it.
so he's in
Okay.
102 Water Street. In the address we have listed in the application.
You want to expand from
Correct.
100 and 104 Waters to include 100 Water Street.
That's
What's
correct.
that, a corner?
It is. It used to be a T-Mobile cell phone store.
Do you have any opposition?
We do not. We actually have an MOU with the community. I do have the floor plan. I'm not sure if you guys have it. It's unfortunately not a great copy.
I think we have it.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right, so it's already in the file, and I'll have it marked as Exhibit 1 on behalf of yourselves. Do you have any testimony you wish to present?
Is any testimony needed? I'm going to make this quick and efficient if you'd like.
All right, any questions to the commissioners?
I may have one or two. Is that in the area where there's outdoor table services for at least 2 other liquor establishment, and they're constantly going back and forth with one another? Now, my point for bringing this up, how is that going to affect that environment?
Well, I can address that. I can't address the back and forth. I'm not certain that that's this area, but I do know that there are 2 or 3 establishments in that immediate vicinity that do have outdoor table service. I have spoken with my client, and while it is requested, because he already has it at the existing location, and I didn't want to confuse the license, he has no plans to have the seats wrap around the corner. He just thinks that would be disruptive, and it's
All he has is what he already has.
correct. He already has the seats, but for the sake of making the license easier to understand, we felt we would just keep everything as they exist. There is no plan to put tables outside in front of this location. As we mentioned, it does wrap around the corner. This is across from the CVS or the 7-Eleven down Light Street. And as I was trying to, I apologize, one last correction with the application, and this is just my mistake. I have it as 100 Water Street. The door says 29 Light Street. Zoning, as they informed me the other day, actually has it as 25 Light Street. It's the whole premises, the whole building with the Dunkin' Donuts and the T-Mobile is technically 25 Light. This is known as 29. And the zoning permit that I applied for the other day reflects this correction.
So, Mark, another question. Since you have 100 to 104, that's the mailing address for this location. But the zone address is 25.
Correct.
Okay.
And I spoke with the mailman and the landlord, and they said, oh, well, yeah, it's either 29 or 100. We have no problem with that. It gets the mail there. When I went to zoning and asked them to do 100 or 29, 25.
What is on your liquor license?
For currently?
Yeah, currently.
Currently, it's 102 and 104.
So,
So I figured it, for continuity, 100 to 104 seemed like the,
The seating would be on the side,
correct.
not on Light Street.
Correct. There'd be no, my client just tried to remind me that there'd be no seating on Light Street.
just
Even
on
though there's a wide
West-
sidewalk, there's no desire to have seating
Just
there.
on West Street.
Water Street.
One, so Water Street.
That's correct.
Yes.
And he already has seating there, as it is.
I'm good, sir.
Any questions?
So what was posted? Where was the posting that gave notice to the
The posting was on the
community as to
corner
what the plans
For
are?
100 Water Street / 29 Light Street. There's no well, I don't believe there's any confusion amongst anybody. The only confusion I incurred was,
confusion amongst everybody.
well, the only confusion I incurred was, down at the zoning board. And as you can see, I can hand you the filing if you'd like. This is not in the file.
That was by the liquor board. Or the liquor inspector.
29 Light Street as tavern. So my next question is, are you actually acquiring the
Exhibit 2.
building, or you,
He
tell me
has-
what's happening?
Currently, he has 102, which is adjacent to this, and he will be leasing this premises, assuming the liquor license is granted. No reason to have a tavern without a liquor license.
All right, so, I don't understand, so there's gonna be a whole new building,
No, the building's there,
so there's a building,
absolutely, yes.
and he's in existence now,
Next to it.
and next to it, and so he wants to extend the license to the new business?
Into the new premises.
Into the new
space,
premises,
space.
which is gonna be a new business?
It's all gonna operate under one business.
It's gonna be, oh, I thought you said you're gonna lease it to another business. Did
No,
I not hear?
No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize for confusion. The same entity is gonna run the premises.
The entire premises?
Correct, absolutely.
One entity, one premise,
Correct.
and one operation.
There's one, I think there's only one kitchen too, only one kitchen
Okay.
to operate, absolutely.
And one purpose. It'll all be doing the same thing. You're just getting bigger.
Yes. And I do have an MOU, which is,
Collect them.
I'm gonna keep my copy, but this is the signed copy, known as an exhibit, and I have some for everyone else to follow along.
We need this for the signed copy.
And here are 3 for exhibits.
Okay. Or you need, which?
Exhibit,
Signed?
Mm-hmm.
This
And
is
that was-
exhibit one?
It's exhibit
this
Two.
is for
2,
copies
yeah,
for the
so
board?
here.
Yeah,
This is
copy,
mine?
yeah.
Yeah, copies for the board.
Mhm.
Correct.
I have one already though.
You do, okay. All right. Any questions, commissioners? Any further questions?
I don't have any more.
Just wanna make sure that one ends up in the file.
Is this?
The ones you have in that signed.
No.
All right.
So I want to put this in as Exhibit 1, and that's Exhibit 2.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right. Exhibit one is your filing fee. Exhibit two is the signed agreement.
Right.
And we're all on the same page. Okay.
No, no other questions? Time for decision is vote yes.
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 You have our decision, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
All right. Ready, okay? Call the next case.
Okay, Eddie
Unless
Jarvis.
they're ready on their, on the first one.
Okay.
Come on.
So this is recalling 529 East Belvedere Avenue, the Class B application for transfer of ownership.
All right, and we were at the point of exact time. Give us those dates.
Right, the date of closing. April 15th, and the date of opening, we agreed was,
April 15th, 2014.
that's correct,
To,
to October 7th, 2014. Now, we actually could be considered to have opened even before then, in September, because they were doing tastings, they were doing trainings, they were having people come in, and we have an inspection, we were told that there's an inspection report that says they were open on September 11th, as early as September 11th. But in order to be fair, we were estimating
well, go ahead, just
It-
give us dates.
okay, 175 days if you use the
Don't
two
shoot
dates we
yourself
just
in the
gave
foot.
you. Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate you taking the time to give us that. Important to have. All right.
All right, I vote yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You have our decision.
Thank you.
I have a question about that, but I'll do it later.
Okay,
1 second.
yep, let us know.
Okay.
Call the next case.
Let's do this. We'll talk later. We don't need to talk now. We'll
Okay.
talk later.
Eddie Jarvis, Sarah Steiber, OTB Acquisitions on the border. This is at 3801 Boston Street. It's the Class B beer, wine, and liquor application for new license.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Leanne Schreckengost with Royston, Muller, McLean, and Reed, here on behalf of the applicants.
And your names, ma'am?
SCH?
S-T-H?
SC.
S-C-H?
RECENGOST.
All right, and your firm is, you mentioned,
Royston, Muller, McLean.
okay, and you've been here many times.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you have any testimony you're going to present?
I just have a couple exhibits to present to the board, and testimony only if you want it.
Okay,
This
swear
is-
the witnesses.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So here with me today are the two applicants, Ed Jarvis and Sarah Stauber. They will be the licensees for this location should the board approve it. Mr. Jarvis is a
And
hands-on.
the main thing we want to know, as you know from past experience, we want to know
Capital
whether you
investment.
actually have spent the money that
You
you
got
say
it.
that you're.
Here is a copy of the budget I'd like to introduce as exhibit number 1.
Okay,
And then exhibit number 2 is a detailed description of the money that has been spent to date.
I'm going to ask my fellow commissioner if she would mark it, Exhibit 1.
And this is exhibit 2, unless you want
Is
to
it-
collectively put as one. That's,
And is this
that's-
one page of the same, or the,
that's just multiple copies for you, yes.
okay, Exhibit 2, and she'll give them back to me so I can show them to the other commissioner. Now, the question, of course, that arises is this prospective spending, or is this already spent?
This second exhibit is what has already been spent. There's been over $700,000 spent to date. The
Okay.
budget has the prospective spending, which is the legal size paper, which is estimated to be $2.5 million.
All right, do you have any anticipated opposition?
We do not.
Have you contacted the proper?
Yes, we have, I have personally spoken with Sean Flanagan of the Canton Community Association. They are not taking a position for or against. Mr. Jarvis will be meeting with them at a later date just to discuss the restaurant and the opening, but
Now, you wanted to present a witness, which one?
I just wanted them sworn in case the board had any specific questions for them. I don't have any testimony.
We'll find out. Questions?
I have none.
I have none.
All right, maybe we can get, and we'll let the executive secretary figure out which copy she wants to use.
Yeah, here's,
I don't need that.
There's an extra.
okay.
No other questions, and we're ready for a decision. I vote yes.
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 You have our decision.
Thank you very much for your time.
For the file.
Tell me when you're ready. Call the next case.
Item number 5 has been postponed. The next item is number 6, Maria De Franco, trade name Caesar's Den. This is at 223-25 High Street, Class B license, application for transfer of ownership.
Wait just 1 minute. Pass this down, and that's,
Yes, sir.
okay. All right, and the next one is 22325 South High Street.
Yes,
Enter
sir.
your appearance, sir.
For the record, Melvin J. Kalinsky representing the applicant. This is an application transfer an existing license. It's Caesar's Den, been in the DeFranco family for 45 years. Ms. DeFranco lives there. She's the president of the parish group there. She's got the approval from the Little Italy Community Organization. Submit this as exhibit number 1, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
In addition to that, she has secured petitions that are signed by people in the neighborhood. The stars indicate people who actually own the property.
Exhibit 1.
Well, she's a licensee on the corporation that presently does this. She's transferring the license to herself to operate. She wants to do a type of situation at Di Pasquale. It's a little bit more, rather than a formal restaurant, have a little bit more
Exhibit 2.
Di Pasquale's type of thing. Because I think everybody understands that Little Italy's been hurt by Inner Harbor East, and they have to have a new concept there. And she lives on the premises. Her and her mom been living there, been there for 45 years.
I'm curious, not as to the status of your license, but you say that the Inner Harbor East is hurting them?
It's killed Little Italy.
How's that?
Really, my theory is that you take Alexander Street or Fleet Street down, Inner Harbor East has become a city in itself.
Yes.
Self-contained, so a lot of people are going there.
And they live there.
Yeah, and they're, instead of them venturing up to Little Italy, and it would be unheard of that you would think 4 or 5 places in Little Italy would have closed. In the last year, 4 or 5 of them closed because they just can't operate. And the ones that are left are, the Chipperellis and the Sabs and so forth that have been there for a while. And this family's been there 45 years, and they had a tough time, and they have to change their concept. Much the same as if you remember Vaqueros. If somebody had told you Vaqueros 30 years ago would be what it is today, you would say that never happened. Well, that's Di Pasquale's is the same thing. She wants to try that concept.
I went to Di Vaqueros the other day, and I couldn't get a lunch. I could only get dessert.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
We're going to change that.
It's going to have a little different
But I
concept.
could also see, what's his name, sitting in the corner?
Mr. Rayner,
Gene Rayner.
he's got his own booth.
Always been there. Okay.
He never leaves.
No.
It's really not him.
Questions, commissioners?
Has the license been in consistent use?
They were-
When was the last?
They were on hardship extension to which they filed within the time period.
All
for the
right,
transfer.
and when did the hardship extension expire?
I think the executive secretary has that.
The hardship extension was granted in May of 2014, as I understand. Looking at-
Granted for 180 days?
The letter is dated March 24th, and then there was a transfer conference fee for the hearing on May 8th, 2014. And it was granted for the 180 days,
Starting,
May 8th,
okay,
2014.
all right.
So they're
All right,
within
thank
that
you.
period.
Great, thank you.
What does it mean, not in good standing?
That means that they would need to renew their standing with SDAT.
This is going to be individual.
it's going to be, so since it's changing, the current licensee is probably changing over.
Correct, she's going to be a sole proprietor here.
All right, no other questions? I vote yes.
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 You have our decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get your check.
You ready? Call the next case.
Case number 7 there's been a request to postpone it. It will be moved to the 20th. Also, case number 8 has
There's
also,
a postponed request, no objection.
We need to have the dates for the record.
sure, this will be on the November 11th, November 20th, excuse me.
And I misspoke, we need to have the address so that the
Oh,
record
sure. It is for 3801 Old York Road, and this is Waverly Tavern.
Okay, and it's reset for November 20th.
Yes.
And you gave me the reasons when we went over this, and I don't recall them. What was the reason?
Pardon me, as regards 3801 Old Brook Road, I represent the seller, and they requested me to ask that the time for the next hearing be shortened because they have to go out of town toward the end of November. Would it be possible to shorten the time?
I don't see any reason why not. Is there any objection to it? From anybody?
I know.
Okay. Are you in touch with any community organizations?
I represent the seller, but as a matter of fact, yes.
Charlotte's, right?
Miss Patricia,
You.
I haven't, but I was with the gentleman.
Are you
I
the attorney
spoke
for
to
them?
him yesterday. I'm the attorney for the seller.
Okay, and your name
Mr.
is
Booth.
Charles? Give us your full name.
Frank Schullis.
You gotta have a record.
I'm sorry.
And tell us again what you want us to, you want us to shorten the time to when?
I would appreciate if we could do it at least a week before.
Give us a date.
There is no meeting on November the 13th, and the next meeting is November the 6th. So the 20th is really the soonest, because the November the 6th agenda has gone out.
It's too short.
So the 20th is the shortest time.
What are you gonna do? Make it longer.
No, don't want any longer. November
understand the
20th
problem?
was, I understand. Thank you.
All right, postpone to November 20th, 2014, 3801 Old York Road, no objections.
Thank you very much.
Number 8, Carolina's Tex-Mex has also been postponed. That's at 505 South Broadway. This was postponed due to a violation issue that is being resolved. It will be back on your agenda on November 20th. Number 9, Corky's Lounge, which is located at 5406 York Road. This also was requested for a postponement due to meeting with the community that will also be moved to November 20th, 2014.
It's a big docket.
Yes. Excuse me, we docketed for November 20th, 2014, sir. The next,
And wait a minute. And this, you gave the address,
yes, sir.
5406 York Road, no objections to it. Postpone. Are you ready? Call the next one.
The next item is Howard Staley, Mary Beth Staley, HBS Hospitality, LLC, Trading Porterhouse Tavern, 801 South Becker Street, it's BD7, transfer of ownership.
Your names for the record, sir?
Good morning, Your Honors. Jeffrey E. Letzkus, spell it, it's Letzkus, here on behalf of Howard and Mary Beth Staley. application for a transfer.
There's a new corporate entity coming up. so-
Yes, we formed a new LLC to operate the business and separate from this transaction, but the Staley's also acquired title to the real estate, so they'll own both the real estate and the business that operates on that real estate.
All right, now I see here a note on ours, that the last inspection date showed that the place has been closed since March 5th, 2014.
No,
Wait a minute, swear all the witnesses, please.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It's open on the 5th, closed on the 7th. It's not artfully written.
Oh. So when was it open? Well, we'll get it.
Yeah.
We'll find out. All right, your name, sir? You've been sworn?
Howard Staley.
And what would you like to tell us about that?
The business has been in continuous operation until August 4th. And I had regular inspections to see that that was happening.
So you're okay?
Excuse me?
So you've been in business since August 4th?
The business, the previous licensee we're hoping to transfer from was in business continuously till August 4th,
2014.
2014, sir.
All right, any,
And since that time, it's been closed for renovation. They're hoping to open it, well, they're hoping to open it this week, but they ran into a problem with the, I think, electrical inspection. So they have to have the electrical inspector come
Now,
back and maybe do some work.
now, as you know, the law is that 180 days starting
Correct.
now, from August 4th. And then to extend beyond that 180, you have to request it.
We understand that, Your
So
Honor.
you're inside your first 180 days.
Yes, sir.
Maximum of 1 year,
Correct.
if you do everything correctly.
Well,
We hope everybody does, but,
they're pretty anxious to get it open
okay.
since they're paying for it.
Judge, just for the
At least
record,
paying for the building.
just for the record, our record shows that it was closed on August 7th, just so that we don't have any conflict in the future. Let's make that clear. Is it the August 4th date we're going to use, or is it the August 7th?
That's what he testified to under oath.
So, all right, I'm good with it.
Any questions, Commissioners?
No.
Just a commentary, in the time that I've been on this commission, we have found that the great desire to open a business grinds to a complete halt when there are issues with the electricity and BGE. Just be aware and be mindful of them 180 days. And if it's looking like BGE isn't gonna help you meet your desires, you need to come back.
It's not really a BGE issue.
It's
It's an
housing.
inspection from
Okay.
Baltimore City. Their contractor is on it. In fact, they're hoping to have the re-inspection within a day or two.
Okay,
So it was a contractor issue, let me
Okay.
put it that way.
all right.
No other questions? Time for decision, vote yes.
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 You have our decision, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you.
Ready?
Yes.
Call the case.
Jose Rivadeneira, Latin Palace Uno Inc., trade name Latin Palace, at 509-13 South Broadway. This is a request to remove some restrictions in regards to live entertainment that were placed on the license. I believe that I saw the applicant here.
Where is he?
Is there coming in?
They're coming in, I believe, sir. Oh.
Latin Palace, please come up.
Apparently I'm it.
Where's the licensee? That's who we need.
We actually don't know where the licensee is. The licensee was aware of the hearing. The last.
Whoa, wait a
Whoa,
minute.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa.
We don't need you to testify just yet.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
I believe,
Call the case,
I did.
okay. I see no licensee. Was he notified?
Yes, sir, and actually, I had received an email from the licensee this morning, along with photos of the alterations that have been done in regards to the community. I will have my staff to follow up with it, because I just got an email from them about 5 a.m. this morning, saying that they had taken care of things, and I also have an inspector here.
Saying what?
Saying that they had taken care of some of the soundproofing issues that were outstanding. And I believe that, we can make a call and make sure that we get them here. So we'll make a call right now.
All right, I just want to say.
Stop. Whoa.
Yep, all right.
Um,
It's
The thing that is before the board today is his request. And inside the notice given to us by our staff is that some things were complained about. Now, there's no one else here for the licensee. And your ma'am, your name?
I'm Joanne Massafus, I'm president of the Fells Point Community Organization.
And you're here to testify.
Yes, Your Honor.
Swear the witness.
Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and what do you have to say, ma'am?
Well, this has been kind of a long process here. We've been here.
Since you were
today.
just sworn, I don't know, I wasn't listening to everything. Give us your name and your representation again.
Sure, I'm Joanne Massafus,
Mhm.
and I'm the president of the Fells Point Community Organization.
All right, and ma'am, you have to testify as your position on the license at 509 13 South Broadway. What is your position?
Well, we executed an MOU as the result of following the violation hearings and following the BMZA hearings. It was a negotiated MOU with the applicant where we, each side, I would say, gave a little, took a little, came to a conclusion. We have, I believe the MOU was submitted in the packet.
Yes, it is, and it's signed.
Right, one of the requirements was that soundproofing be installed prior to any live entertainment and dancing being held because of the complaints from the neighbors in the rear who had testified before one of the violation hearings.
Now, this signed agreement is in the packet, and I'll offer on behalf of the staff as Exhibit 1. Does it specifically locate where this problem is? The agreement.
I believe that it does,
This is the soundproofing.
yes.
All right, give us a location for the record.
Okay,
The reason I say that is because apparently it's not done. Is that right?
Well,
Or is
it's
it?
my understanding, I did speak with your inspector, Jolene Martin, a little while ago. I also got some communication from
These are
her
the pictures that
overnight,
have happened.
and I
that
know
they
that
have
she
it in.
went out. She actually, I have to say, I want to say this for the record. I really have been extremely pleased with how the liquor board staff has handled this situation. And I particularly want to commend Ms. Bailey Hedgepeth for going above and beyond the call of duty in trying to resolve this matter. Additionally, Ms. Martin has gone out twice to inspect the soundproofing. The first time it was not satisfactory according to what information I received because the applicant had simply put up curtains. According to Ms. Martin, there have now been doors added and soundboard. And because I'm not an expert in that, the position I would have today is that if the inspector and the board feels that that's adequate to comply with the condition of the MOU saying soundproofing needed to be added, then we're okay with that and would
You
ask.
put up soundboards and what?
Doors.
And doors. You haven't seen them.
I've seen photographs, but Ms. Martin, who is here, has seen it.
Oh,
Yes, she's ready to testify.
well, come on over, Ms. Martin. It seems to be the only issue, is that correct?
I would say at this point, that's the only issue, yes.
All right, swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Grab a microphone and tell us what we want to know.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Joanne Martin, Baltimore City Liquor Board. I just want to say that I have been at the Latin Palace 3 times. My initial inspection of there, when I went in, Mr., I'm going to refer to him as Enrico, installed what he told me were entertainment quality curtains. I am not an expert also in soundproofing, but I do know from experience that that is not soundproofing to me. So we had a discussion, came back the next day, told him again what I wanted to see or what I needed to see would have been some type of petitions put up, doors, soundboard,
Give us a little, where
foam.
is this, what's the reason for the soundproofing? Where is it located with respect to the neighborhood?
Okay, it's my understanding that there is a neighbor in the rear. I guess, the alley's butt. I wasn't at the neighbor's
The
house.
gentleman who testified last time about his dishes jumping around on the table?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. we
Okay,
know where it is.
okay. So, the Latin Palace, on the first floor in the back, there's a big stage back there. Now there's no, live entertainment up on that stage. Tables have been set up on the stage. But what has happened when I was there, when the music was on, there's a staircase that goes straight up to the back, to that back room where the, neighbor, where his house meets. It acted almost as a megaphone, as a funnel. That music would go straight up them steps, right into that back room. So after some discussion, and of course the curtain's not meeting the compliance, Mr. Ribadero installed doors, but on a solid door, but on the back of the door, I have pictures that he actually put, it looks like it's about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch soundboard on the back of the door, also to buffer the sound. And also on the second floor, he has also taken, where he does his class instructions, the dance instructions, he's moved all that to the front of the building instead of to the back of the building. It's all to the front of the building. And there is a doorway also that is open that he installed the entertainment drapes, where he has actually put up bifold doors with the soundboard also. While I was there yesterday at approximately 4:30, I had him turn his music on to the level that I originally heard last week, and it was a significant difference in the sound of the sounds funneling up into that back room. As to actually going over to the neighbor's house to see if it was to his satisfaction, I didn't do that. However, like I said, I do have pictures of the soundproofing that he has installed as of today.
As an expert witness, what's your conclusion?
My conclusion is right now that I feel that it was a significant difference in the sound. However, I was never at the neighbor's house to decipher if it's satisfactory to him.
And did you talk to him at any time?
No, I did not.
He's a bar owner, actually in another location, I believe.
Well, they own T-Volve.
The old rule, we gotta identify people for the record, and I ask you not to speak out. If you want to, I'll certainly be glad to hear anybody that wants to say anything. Do you want to say anything on the subject?
I just wanted to say that the gentleman who has complained, he and his wife are licensees of a place called T-Volve, which started out as a tea shop and does now have a liquor license a few blocks away.
Is that what you wanted to say, sir? Your name?
I apologize, sir. Yes, sir. Edward Marcinko. That's correct.
And that's what you were gonna say?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Okay. Just anything else you wish to say?
Not at this time. I do have pictures available.
Well, we have them in the file, and they're actually attached.
Okay.
And so we've seen them.
Okay.
And so your conclusion is that you think he's complied with the MOU that has been agreed with the community, or not?
I feel that there has been a significant improvement in the sound. However, there hasn't been a
Is
real
it possible
test.
to remove all sound? I don't know, I don't know.
That, as I say, I'm not an expert in soundproofing, so I don't think that there is any way that you can actually remove all the sound.
I remember
Hopefully
the map, and it was almost an impossible situation. And then between the adjoining walls, although in different locations, different streets, a completely continuous wall between the gentleman, who I believe lived there for 8 years, from my memory, and put up with it, with complaints constantly about the noise. And then, of course, we now have the agreement as to the other things in the community which you have found met. Is that correct? There's no other errors.
The only thing I do want to say, you keep on saying to the neighbor's wall, he did not install any soundproofing, any soundboard to that wall, just to he petitioned these doors to stop the petition
I see.
from the sound going up and acting as this megaphone type situation. Hopefully, it's going to buffer the sound. I don't know about if the bass is bothering him, because bass is a different story.
Well, inside the memorandum of agreement with Madam President, who is here today with the neighbors, it says here, have pointed out to me by my fellow commissioner, she says, the license agrees to install soundproofing on the rear walls of the establishment as to ensure that neighbors will not be disturbed by live entertainment. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware, I had not seen the MOU.
Commissioners, what should we do here?
I have
Should
a
we-
question, I haven't,
Let me ask a question first. Should we postpone this matter and to find out what our expert finds with respect to this MOU, and you, ma'am, have to go over and see, there has to be more information before this board before we can make a decision.
before you make that decision, Judge, I need a question asked. The
Yeah.
work that was done, was that work done under permit? And also, you can get someone who's an expert in that field, the owner of the business can, to give him a certification letter stating that the soundproofing he did was sufficient to meet the requirement of the liquor board. It's his business, and he should be held accountable for all of that.
Any other questions?
My comment is that you stated, or you testified, that there was no soundproofing on the wall. The memorandum of agreement says there must be soundproofing on the wall. There is none. This licensee is not going to do what is required. If he needs to come here, but he first needs to do what he's supposed to do. So I would agree to postpone, but I also understand that he's asked for permission to reopen and conduct business as usual
No dice.
on the representation that he was going to comply, and he has not complied. And I just would say that he's got to stop doing what he's doing, and he needs to come in here, and he needs to comply, period. I mean, it's not right.
And of course, we have a new regulation, which has not gone into effect yet, requiring at least one licensee to appear at all hearings where the license is involved. And the regulation, which I have passed, also gives a time period for arrangements when people are out of town and so forth, to try to be reasonable. But, so the fact that he's not here today, he's not violating any regulation, but it appears, because he's not here, and we can't get answers, and you haven't seen it, as speaking now to the president of the Fells Point Improvement Association and the inspector, that the work has not been done.
So, I mean, there've been a lot of good faith representations, but good faith, you got to have both sides complying with it.
So therefore, I'm going to postpone this matter and give him an opportunity of at least a month. Maybe, does I think that's enough time?
My,
What are your thoughts?
I guess he should come back I think he should come back November 6th. Oh, it's too late.
No,
He should come back as soon as we can get him back in
Well, we're closed on the next one after that,
on the 13th.
so it has to be the 20th.
I'm going to be here that day anyway.
That gives him
I'm
time.
gonna be here that day too.
I know, it's going to take him a while to get it done. November 20th, postponed. Notify him again. And I'm going to say, Madam Executive Secretary, send a letter under my name telling them that the request has been found to be, that the work has been found to be inadequate, and that he should consult our, Miss Joanne Martin, our inspectors, to find out what the problem is. And that the next hearing will be November 20th, and there's not going to be any more postponements. All right, we'll allow the MOU to be placed in Exhibit 1. Any other questions, anybody?
Yeah, on that letter should include that all work done should be done under permit. That way the permit would specify exactly what he's doing.
Okay, well, you're supposed to do that by law,
Yeah,
your
But-
department.
yeah.
And there should be a statement that he's not to have live entertainment.
Oh, no, the place is
and
closed until this.
Dancing
Yeah.
until he
You
complies.
understand it? Like, there's no license there until
Well,
this.
no, there is a license, sir, he just doesn't have, he's asking to remove the restrictions of the live entertainment.
Oh, okay. All right.
So right now, there's a restriction, no live entertainment.
Yeah,
So that
continues.
restriction
There's no-
continues.
Yeah, that's, you understand that, Ms. Martin?
Yes, I do.
No problems. All right, case postponed. Next case.
Thank you.
Next case is postponed, is that correct?
Yes, sir, the next case has been postponed. That is at,
No objection to it.
Ele-
It's 162 North Elwood Avenue, you okay? Case postponed. All right, the next one, call it.
Rosita Cassell, New Cassell, Inc., trade name Sign of the Times, 139 North Belnor Avenue. This is a Class D beer and wine, an application for transfer.
Now, this is an application to transfer the location from 1 South Curly Street to 139 North Belnor. Where's the licensee? All right, come on up, folks, tell us who you are.
I'm Rosita Cassell.
You are the licensee,
Yes,
and you're representing yourself.
yes.
Swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Now, this is just right around the corner, isn't it, Ms. Cassell? Was it on the corner?
It's only a few blocks.
A few blocks? Okay. And do you have any opposition?
Not that I know of.
And you have filed all the appropriate papers?
Yes, sir.
And quick questions of commissioners.
I didn't understand.
I'm
Oh,
asking if my
oh, I'm
commissioners have
sorry.
any questions.
I'm just confused, you're transferring from 139 North Belmore to another location?
Okay.
No, she's going from 1 South
Curly.
Curly.
Oh,
to
okay.
139 North Belmont.
Okay. So when was the license last used at 1 South Curly?
It's still, open.
Wait a minute, your name, you've been sworn, sir, what is your name?
James Cassell.
Okay, go ahead, the question. You see, I've got a record that has to be made, and he gets mad at me when I,
I understand. I'm sorry, sometimes I talk too fast, so I understand.
It's okay. So the license at 1 South Curly Street is in use and it's been in continuous use. And you're at some point gonna stop and you're gonna move it over to 139 North Belnord. And have the community around 139 North Belnord been in communication? Do they know it's coming
It's already an licensed stand also.
at that site?
Yes,
Okay. All right, that's,
any other question?
None?
All right, I vote yes.
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 You have our decision, yes, you may go.
You're welcome, but step down here and. let's see.
All right, ready?
The last item is Corey Brown, Bar 1513 LLC, trade name Bar 1513, located at 1513 McHenry Street. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor. It's a review of a transfer that has been pending.
Please, Frank Shaw.
Excuse me, I don't have that case.
Hold on just a second.
Okay, we're missing a case down
I have
here.
it.
You got it,
Yeah.
just got it.
He's got it.
All right, Frank Shaws Esquire represents the parties. You're going to present any testimony?
Not testimony, I'll just make a profit.
All right, sir, go ahead. Now, I understand this is a review of a 180-day rule for 1513 McHenry Street, transfer approved on the 30th of January, 2014. The license is still operating under the old corporation and it is in operation, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the July 11th, 2014 was the last inspection date.
I don't know that, but I'll take your word for
Well,
it.
that's what our records show. So that shows you're within that period of time. Commissioners have any questions?
None? No opposition?
So you were approved January, are you open? I mean,
Yeah.
is this completed? Is that? So, So why are you even here? I don't understand. So-
They have not completed, they haven't completed the paperwork for the transfer, and so we're at this point, the old corporation, which has been, was operating, is still operating under that license. The new one, which is the one that's listed under Mr.
Smith's, and Mr. Brown's name has not completed their paperwork. So this is what the issue is, that we have an operating location with the, underneath the old license, and it continues to operate, but they have not completed their paperwork for that transfer.
Gotta put the right name on it. That's what it boils down to.
All right, so if they haven't completed the transfer within 180 days,
This transfer
then
would
the
be.
transfer is not capable of going forward.
Correct.
You have 180 days to complete the transfer.
Excuse me for a minute. What do they need to do to complete the transfer? Can somebody please identify that? Madison?
Yeah, sure. There are several issues, the transfer authorization, the workers' comp certificate. There's a lot of information that's just missing. It's, when they came in, they filled out the basic information, but the other information hasn't been turned in. And that's what we've been trying to get from the applicant.
Can you identify those things? So we can go
Sure,
on
I
record?
can, yes, I can put that on the transfer authorization, the certificate of incorporation, the workers' comp certificate, the new use and occupancy, the alcohol awareness certificate, the affidavit of compliance, the beverage bills, so everything. And we've contacted the licensee regarding the fact that we needed this information for this file to be completed.
First, as far as the beverage bills, that's something that the distributors submit to the liquor board, not us. We don't know that it bills.
Is this one of the things that is that we have a dispute with as to whether the staff can handle this without bringing this before the liquor board?
This is one of these items that, yes, that we've handled administratively, and usually we try to get people into beforehand. The reason why we ask you to come to is so that we can get all this information, so we can close up the file. Yes, sir.
This is something you and I have been talking about.
Yes.
And regardless of what the audit shows or not, we don't agree with every detail of it. And we think this is an administrative matter. Frankly, we don't think it should be before the board. But what it means is you still under the old name, still operating under the old name, and you're not going to accomplish what you want to accomplish until you do what you're supposed to do. And you're going to have to deal with our staff on that. All right, so as far as I'm concerned, unless my commissioners feel differently about it, this matter should just be closed and wait for further action.
And also, you need to understand that you're still under that 180 day. So
Well, he's still operating. He's not on 180.
Well, he's still operating.
Yeah.
It's been operating all.
So he has no penalty period at all.
But I believe the issue is the fact that a transfer should be completed within 180 days, and it hasn't been. So that's
what I'm
thus the.
I know, but
transfer would have to be
he
closed.
has no transfer. There's nothing happening because he's still operating under the old name, and he hasn't done his paperwork. So it can't come before us until he does it, and that's what I'm saying. This doesn't belong here. You have nothing. You're okay, you're operating under the old name. You're back exactly where you were before.
All right, so I have a little disagreement. My understanding is that you were approved to transfer more than 180 days.
Oh, that's right,
And
by the
this-
prior board.
Right, and this
Exactly.
transfer was not
Oh, I
completed
see.
within that time period, and it is too late. This transfer has got to be denied or terminated. You've done absolutely none of the paperwork that's needed in order to complete the transfer. So at this point, the application to transfer must be denied.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not disagreeing. with
Okay,
you.
so the
I agree
application
also.
to transfer
That's
is
what I was trying to
denied.
say.
I'll just call it case closed. Sure.
Number one, when we first came here, the board said, the old board, that we're not gonna make a ruling on this until, and I think Mr. Jones will remember this, there was a lady that testified, her house was firebombed, they got the murder and everything, dealing with drug dealers. And she said she protested it. So the old board decided that they would postpone this hearing until they heard from the community. And when the community called them, they would set it back in.
Well, that's not what the
That's the one-
transcript says.
That's the one thing, good thing about having someone who keeps records. I don't have to remember that. It'll be in your best interest for you to go research the file and find that that the same way you just worded that, find that information in the file and bring that to court, bring that to this hearing with you so you can present that to us.
Well, all due respect to you, Commissioner, there's a transcript in the file,
I know, sir.
and you can't change it around. You can't change a past hearing around to fit a new situation or whatever he's talking about. None of that's in the transcript.
Exactly.
And so let's go back to where we were. And
But then if I may, sir, all of the inspections have been completed.
it doesn't, I agree with my fellow commissioner, and the matter's closed. You're going to have to do what you have to do. You have to start over. That's what you have to do.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Once
Yeah.
your transfer application submitted and you
It's closed.
and you go that course, don't they have to, is there a waiting period before you come back?
But he's done.
It's
He's
been
not
done.
transferred. It's done. It's
Can-
over with. It's just as
But-
if he never
yeah,
acted.
but he's
I'm
gonna-
not talking for the record.
Oh, no, this not for the record. Now, you know he's going to come back again.
This is the end of the 1 o'clock hearing.
Got to
No.
start over.
1 o'clock, the next set.
All right, and we're in recess till 1 o'clock for the 1 o'clock docket. Thank you very much. Come on up, Mr. Ribbonera and everybody in that case. Where's everybody?
They're sitting, they're outside, still.
Okay, they told them to come on in.
Oh, you're gonna do that first?
Yeah.
Or you're gonna do the?
We're gonna do it first.
Perfect. This goes for the newest.
Where is that file? I gave it to you.
Yes, sir, we're pulling it up for you right now.
Yeah. You get me the file?
Yes, sir, it's right here.
I just want the thing this morning, that's all I want.
Yes, sir, it's right here. And then here's the transfer file on top of that. So
Now,
this is the
where's my
transfer-
little file?
Right here, there's a transfer on top.
Well,
Yes, sir.
where am I? It must be in this pile then.
Yours? Oh, your one is right. I think it's right under here, isn't it? 1 second, sir.
It must be over here.
That's, yeah. Did you put it underneath? I'll
It
get
was
you
on the
mine.
morning docket, that's why.
Yeah, I'll get you.
No, and they give it to you for a transfer, for a postponement?
What is he looking for?
His file. but
Here it is, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll call. Is everybody here?
Slowly, almost everyone's come in.
Mr. Ribbonera, come on up. Bring all your people.
I thought we were doing.
All right, morning, afternoon, it's 1:30 docket, the liquor board, and we're calling the case of Jose Ribbonera,
Where have you been?
50913 South Broadway. Is everybody here in that case that wants to be here? Where's the inspector?
The inspector's right there, sir. She's right here.
Okay. All right, now what's happened in this case, I will explain, is that the staff sent out 2 notices of a hearing, one for this morning, which was incorrect, and one for this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Fortunately, we were able to get everybody back here at 1 o'clock. And so we'll conduct the hearing just as we would have if we had just had it one time. Mr. Ribbonera, you're representing yourself and your name, and swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do you have anybody else you wish to testify for you?
No.
You're going to do it yourself? All right, now the matter I have before here is that you have applied for all of the things that you formerly were found not having licenses for. But the only major issue today seems to be that you have agreed with the community on all these other matters, except for one matter, which was soundproofing. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, now the soundproofing was to, in effect, make noise, not irritate the next door neighbor. Is he here? I understand he was coming. Wife here? Partner? Well, we'll get to that. All right, ma'am, can you come over, swear this witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And your name?
Dawn Gilly,
And you live in your address?
1705 Eastern Avenue.
And you are around the corner from the Latin Palace?
Correct.
And your wall and their wall is next to each other?
Correct.
And you've been there about 9 years?
Yes.
And the last time your husband was here, he testified that the noise from this operation next to you, this was so great it made the dishes bounce on your table.
Correct.
All right. Now, do you wish to tell us anything? Is the condition still the same? Of course, he's closed. He's not doing that, is that?
Last Saturday, we did file a 311 report on the website complaining about the noise level.
So it's still there?
As of Saturday, yes.
That's last Saturday. All right. Now, Mr. Rubinera, what do you have to say about that, sir? You can tell me anything you want about your position.
Mr. Chairman, we wanted to be in compliance with what is requested from us as far as the soundproofing installation. We were trying to figure out exactly where is the area more exposed to the soundproofing that needed to be taken care of. And we had, from last week to this week, we had inspectors that came in to the club to look into some of the work we continue to do, because we had actually to meet a deadline, which was today, in regards to having everything in compliance. And we insulated the walls through the back through this week, including a second level, and we created 2 additional walls as retainers for the sound coming from the stage area. And that was also inspected 2 days ago. And yesterday, once again, the inspectors came in to see an additional work that we did on an additional wall, that it was insulated and placed alongside the steps going into the second floor. Now, the only thing additional to that is probably that we spoke to my neighbor in regards to possibly in another area that it might be exposed to the sound. It could be behind the stage area on which is almost on the second floor. It's a mezzanine area that I went willing to still, if necessary, to cover that completely with sound insulated materials, so that it'll be completely soundproof on that in that respect. And we also discussed the possibility of possibly working with the sound so they can see it, they can test it, we can test it to see if that is sufficient, what we wanted to do. But for us, just to complete that, is we're talking maybe an additional 3 hours of work that we can finish that probably today, and have them come in later this afternoon, this evening, if they wish, to look and see and test it to see if that's sufficient. We think that we have everything taken care of. And in fact, we thought that we added some additional work to be in compliance. And those were the other retaining walls that we created on the second floor, and another wall that was created from the first to the second floor. So we've done and used the materials, and we have proved that we used the right materials to do so. But that's beyond. I mean, if the idea will be for my neighbor.
Stop a minute. Ms. Hughes, you're a lawyer, aren't you? Are you a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have any questions?
Yeah,
State your name, please.
I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Susan Hughes, and I've been from the Community Law Center. I've been retained between the last hearing and this to represent the Fells Point community organizations.
Now, this is cross-examination. Okay. Questions only.
Okay, question. Have you complied with the requirement that you signed in the MOU that says that you will have soundproofing installed on the rear walls of the establishment?
I have installed I have done the soundproofing installation. That's why we wanted to have that tested and to make sure that it is according to the guidelines and according. My neighbor is my major concern right now. I obviously, I wanted to make sure that, this is okay by
Okay.
her standards, and it has been. They were the ones that were critical about the sound.
Okay,
We're kind of familiar with this, as you know.
Yes, yes, I know, sir, yes.
The agreement that you signed said that you agreed to install soundproofing on the rear walls of the establishment.
Yes, sir.
Place,
Yes, sir.
so as to ensure that the neighbors will not be disturbed by the live entertainment.
Correct, sir.
This is a neighbor who says that she's still getting noise, the one who testified.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
What is the noise? Maybe the only area, since last Saturday.
If Miss Hughes lets me,
Yes.
so we can
But
get
that's
to the,
what I mean.
stop. So Miss Hughes lets me so we can get to the issue. I'm gonna ask the inspector to come over and let her say what she says. How's that? Come on over, Inspector. You've already been sworn. Would you give us your name?
Joanne Martin, Baltimore City Liquor Board.
Now, when were you last at the location in question?
That would have been October 29th, which was yesterday at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon.
Was Mr. Nubenera there?
Yes, he was.
All right. And what did you see, state to each other, and what did you find
Okay.
with respect to this issue?
Okay. While I was there, Mr.
River Mayor.
I can't pronounce his name.
It's,
Enrico.
Enrique's good.
Actually installed 2 doors with soundproofing backing on the back of the doors down at the stage area to try to buffer the sound that was actually acting as a funnel or a megaphone up into the stairway into that second area. It was very loud and it was really channeled up there. So he showed me, and I have pictures of what he did. He actually
And we have the picture.
and you have pictures. It's the door, but it's 2 doors, so it's an actual petitioned wall, but the door's open because of safety.
And I'm going to admit the entire, our file
Mhm.
into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And of course, any additional exhibits you have to give us. And go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
So, to get to the issue, in your opinion, as an
Yes.
expert, as a liquor inspector, of how many
Mhm.
years?
18.
What is your opinion as to whether or not the installations have cured the problem complained of by the adjoining property owner who's here today?
In my expert opinion, I have to say the sound was buffered from when I was there previously. As for whether the music is still a nuisance to the neighbor, I can't testify to because we haven't had a sound test to that respect. That's what I would recommend, some type of sound testing that someone would be at the neighbor's house, someone would be an inspector, another inspector would be at the establishment, and let's see if we can calibrate the noise, or if it still is a nuisance to the neighbor, then he must proceed with what he originally did state. He keeps on stating that he put soundproofing on the rear wall. I didn't see any soundproofing on the rear wall, unless you did that since I left.
But it was already done, so basically it's already covered. So but the only other existing portion that doesn't have a soundproofing, I guess, against my being in the building in the back, is an existing area which is located behind in a stage area, which is on the second floor. In that area, I'm willing to do that. That's just, we have the materials right now.
Okay,
And
here's the problem. We're at the Board of Estimates room
Yes, sir.
having a liquor board hearing on this issue today, right this minute.
Yes, I understand.
And we do not have any testimony from anybody that there has been a satisfactory resolution of the condition that you have promised to do, which is, and I'm not going to read it anymore except now for the last time, install soundproofing on the rear walls of the establishment so as to ensure that neighbors will not be disturbed by the live entertainment. You must do that. All right, so it seems to me, let me make a suggestion. What date do you want this inspector to come out and this neighbor to come out, a date that you can all agree on, that the resolution has been fixed? When?
Tomorrow, because if anything, right now,
You got the work done?
Yes, it's pretty much done. We have everything.
You're,
done. The only-
because
the
if
only-
it, wait a minute, if, you gotta make the noise so we can test it.
Absolutely.
And if you're not done, then we're gonna be putting this down for another hearing.
I understand.
And, if you're not done, you gotta do it all over again. We're gonna just waste time.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
Okay.
And that's why the reason why I've been working all week. The only other area that
Now, when will you be finished so that these people can come out?
Later this evening, so tomorrow I'll be.
What is your preferred time to inspect? When? What, you tell me.
Okay, whatever would be convenient for the neighbor.
Ma'am? Tomorrow at what time? Gotta come over, ma'am, so we can get it on the record, get your voice.
Whenever Enrique believes it'll be finished,
What,
is we
4
can
o'clock?
make,
What
we can make time.
Yeah,
Okay, how about 3 o'clock tomorrow?
That's fine.
3 o'clock?
That's
So I
fine.
think I get here, Judge.
Sure, go ahead.
We can't allow you to do something that's, before you can do this work, and the work that you did before, you need to have a permit. If you had had a permit, an inspector would have came out, would have signed off and gave you a ticket, you could verify where you did the soundproofing. You can't do it because you don't have a permit. You must get a permit. You have to do it legally.
Yes, but I'd like for them to come in tomorrow, just to test it, yeah, at 3 o'clock, just to see what has been done. You know, because
You
it's
told-
already been, the work has already been done, it's already been in place, and, I mean, I can't tear everything what I've done. You know, it's fine.
We're gonna make it 3 o'clock tomorrow, but you
Yes.
have to you have to comply with all legal regulations.
I agree, I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're satisfied with that, 3 o'clock?
Yes, I am.
And you're satisfied with that? Oh, there she is. You're okay with that? Ms. Hughes, do you want to be present?
Yes, I do.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that if he does comply with the regulations and the permits being pulled. And just want to
It's just a
conclude,
premiere
Wait a minute,
tomorrow.
talk to me.
just want to conclude that the community wants to see him succeed. We just want to make sure that the rear walls are
Yeah,
soundproof.
I know, he knows. Now, we're going to put
on
it
the
down for
first floor
rehearing.
and the
What's the
second
date?
floor.
Sir, we can, if he waives the notice, we can put on next hearing if you'd like it to be.
You waive notice, next hearing date, that's next Thursday.
I just want to have this
Sir,
resolved.
Next
please.
Thursday, yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
I have no other
Okay,
alternative.
put it down, he waits.
Please.
And you okay for that, next Thursday?
11.
11 o'clock, okay on that?
I have a question.
Yes.
Just to be very
Yeah, state your name for the record.
Come to the microphone. We have the microphone. Okay, Joanne Massapus, president of the Fells Point Community Organization. And my only question about this is, and I'm actually trying to say this to help him out, is whether or not he will be able to have his scheduled events for this weekend. If he doesn't come back to the, I was going to say to court.
Got something going on this weekend?
Yes, he does. It's Halloween.
It's,
All right.
And I'm simply asking that question. I don't have a position one way or
you-
the other. I'm just asking.
Ma'am, come on over, in the microphone. I'm just trying to work this out. Are you opposed to him having his Halloween celebration this weekend? Would you lift your eyebrow and say okay or no on that?
It depends on the soundproofing.
right, but she's going to test, she'll be there tomorrow.
Well, he's gonna do it tomorrow, but
If that
suppose,
is successful,
well, we'll find
I
out.
will
won't we?
not.
We'll
oppose
find
it.
out. Is that true? So you're okay with it, but you will not have had the permission of the liquor board. Do you understand that?
I understand.
That
Okay.
doesn't mean we're gonna throw out your testimony 1 week from today. We're gonna listen to it and make the decision on future events. But you're going to allow him, without the permission of the liquor board, to have his Halloween event this weekend. Is that true or not true? It's up to you. If it's no, you can't have it. Yes, it can. Tell me,
Well, as a fellow business owner, I would say I would risk, I'm hoping in good faith that he has soundproof
you're gonna give him a chance.
I will give him a chance.
You have any problem with that, Inspector?
No, I don't.
So you're going to go there, of course, at the agreed inspection date, and we're gonna find out some real good evidence next Thursday as to whether or not the soundproofing is effective, because we're going to allow him to have his Halloween event this weekend. This Friday is Halloween. I gotta give out candy too. I'll probably have about 600-700 children in my house.
What is
Okay.
the address, please, of your house? Because I have some children, I'd like to send to your
I
house.
want somebody to help me.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna give you a basket. Okay. Now, do you understand that, Mr. Rubinera? Any questions? You want me to repeat it, or have you got it?
No, I think I have everything.
See you
In
next
order.
Thursday.
Well, could I just make it clear?
Sure.
that we request that the soundproofing be to the first and the second floor rear walls?
Well, soundproofing has to be,
So
she
whatever
has
is
the
the-
whole
yes.
plate, she has the whole wall.
Right.
I just want to make it clear so that when we come back,
Talk
the
to her.
licensee is clear on what walls
Ms. Hughes,
we're
here's the
discussing.
person who's been bringing
Yeah.
the complaint. She has the whole wall, first and second floor.
My client, my client has an agreement with the licensee, and I'm just trying to be clear.
And who is
In
your
my
client?
opinion, my client is the Fells Point Community
Well,
Organization.
she's the one that's asking me to do it.
I want to be clear that Mr. Ribonera understands that it does include the rear walls, not one or the other, because we stood out in the hallway half an hour ago, and he was waffling a little bit on that. And I just wanted to
Mr.
be clear
Rubinera
on the record so that he doesn't come back and express confusion over that requirement.
Ms. Hughes, I've seen enough of this case to last me a lifetime. And I want it to go away. I want him to do the right thing. So if he
do.
doesn't do the right thing, you know what I'm gonna do? And not to prejudge the case, and I don't know what, I'll have a majority or not, but I got a feeling that we want him to do the right thing. So we read you.
The community
All right, folks,
absolutely
next
does.
Thursday, this case matter's closed for today. It's postponed till Thursday. Everybody knows what to do. Thank you.
I know. It won't happen again. Trust me.
All right, so this afternoon's docket, 1 o'clock, call the first case.
George Morosis, 3916 Corporation, Maynard's Cafe. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor, a violation of 401 sales to minor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
This occurred on September 2nd, 2014.
I'll waive the reading.
Could you
Okay.
just
Wait a
hold
minute.
on?
I was just gonna waive the reading.
Just stop talking.
Okay.
Go ahead, continue, Madam. Have you finished reading the charges?
This is a violation of 401A, sales to minors on September 2nd, 2014.
All right, enter your appearance, sir.
Yes, sir. Joseph H. Rouse, 7433 Baltimore Avenue.
And you are representing the licensee.
Rouse, the licensee standing next to me.
All right, swear all witnesses.
Gina, raise your hand.
What's your last name, sir?
Joe Rouse. I'm not gonna testify. Do you want me to?
No, I need your last name.
R-O-U-S-E.
Thank you. Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, now, do you have a waiver, sir? You're willing to waive the testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We will, I will acknowledge on behalf of my client that in fact his server, Ms. Stone, who's standing here, that she did not card the individual that came in that night and made a mistake.
I'm going to have the police officer read the bare facts into the record.
Yes, sir.
Which are already assured to us that are correct. Officer, identify yourself.
Detective Akiwan of the Baltimore City Police Department, Vice Unit.
And on this particular date in question, you tell us what you saw, but just go to the brief facts, since he's acknowledged your entire report.
On September 2nd, 2014, at around 10 p.m., myself along with members of the Baltimore City Vice Unit, utilizing a Baltimore City cadet, Emily Nizer, who was under the age of 21 at the time, entered 3916 South Pinover Street. This location is also known as Maynard's Cafe. While inside, Cadet Nizer purchased a Coors Light beer, which was priced at $3.30 from Mrs. Stephen, who was the bartender.
It's Stone.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Ms. Stone, who was the bartender.
Go ahead.
Moments later, she advised members of the Vice Unit to enter the location of the alcohol violation. We responded and advised the bartender and the proprietors of the business that an alcohol violation had been had occurred at their establishments.
And with you today is the minor who was served.
That is correct.
And come over, ma'am, and your name.
Yes, sir. My name's Cadet Emily Nizer.
All right, and the rest of the facts are admitted in your report. Any questions or anything you wish to say with respect to the officer's testimony?
What her date of
Go
birth
ahead.
is? What is your date of birth, ma'am?
6294.
That's all I'd ask.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Any questions, any witnesses you wish to present, or?
Yes, I do. I'd like to present Ms. Stone.
All right, Ms. Stone, you've been sworn.
You wanna-
Give us your full name.
Gina Marie Stone,
And go ahead, sir.
Gina, what's your home address?
121 Roosevelt Avenue,
I
Glen
kn-
Maryland, 21061.
Get over the microphone, because I can't hear you myself.
Sorry.
You want us to do that again?
Yes, please.
You have a soft voice.
121 Roosevelt Avenue, it's Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Mr. Rouse?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You're married. You have three children.
Yes, sir.
You work at Maynard's, and how long have you worked there?
Almost 5 years.
And you work there as a server and a waitress?
Yes, sir.
You also have a daycare business, is that right?
Yes.
You acknowledge on the night in question you did not card the young lady was standing next to me.
Yes, sir.
And is there an explanation you'd like to give to the board as to what happened?
I made a mistake. I had a bad day, wasn't even really thinking. Had a couple other people that I was waiting on, the phone was ringing. It just, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
And you've never had a problem, never had a violation in the past?
What's this on the, Michelle?
Yes, sir, this was, and I made the wrong date, it's been from 2012. It's a violation of 4.15 that was fined for, but it's not minor, it's not service to minors, sir.
What was the violation?
4.15 is, let me just make sure I'm looking at the correct thing.
Is gambling, sir.
Gambling. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Rouse?
No, I was not aware that
They have a gambling violation in the year 2011. Were they the owners of the establishment?
That's me. Yes, we did.
And your name, sir?
George Marusis.
And you were the owner of the establishment on 2011?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the gambling violation?
Yes, sir.
You got a $500 plus
Yes,
cost
sir.
fine. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rouse, you're up.
I was not aware of that.
I'm sure you were. Go ahead, sir.
With regard to Ms. Stone, since this, you have taken the alcohol and awareness course, have you not? And what have you learned from all of this?
Absolutely everyone that looks under the age of 45.
Does the board have any questions of her?
I don't know. We're going to find out. Board questions? None?
No.
No questions.
All right, I have no questions.
I'd like to have,
And for mitigation, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Lucas, could you give us your name again?
George Marusis.
And George, after this incident, you had everybody in your
Yes, sir, that's
establishment
Yes,
tips trained, is that correct, including
Yes.
yourself?
yes,
And you've gone over the rules
yes,
about service with everybody, is that correct?
Is that a single one for each person
yes.
that you're about to hand me?
Well, I can give you one for every server he has, if you'd like, or I can give you three.
That's what I want to know. How many servers did you have to take that course?
4.
4 people.
Yes.
Plus
Five-
himself.
5
This is
including
a
me.
course of what?
You want
The
to explain?
alcohol awareness.
Do you want me to?
It in effect helps you determine
Absolutely.
the process you should use when serving a new customer.
Absolutely.
And your people follow it today?
Yes, sir.
All right, questions of the board?
No questions.
We'd like to offer these.
Okay, Exhibit 1. You want to see them?
No, sir.
Mark it, please.
I have only represented Maynard's, Mr. Marukas, for the last couple of years, and I've personally gone in there, and it seems to me that he's in compliance, but unfortunately, I don't go in there in the evening, and the lady made the mistake in the evening. And so he wants to apologize for what happened. He has not terminated Ms. Stone. The board feels that under the circumstances he needs to, he will. He did not give her any time off because she does need the money that she makes is working for there.
Who are we talking about?
Ms. Stone.
Stone.
Normally, I have clients in the past that have disciplined their people by giving them a week off or that type of thing. He did not do this in this case, just being candid with the board because of her financials.
Well, the usual fine, I'm going to reduce it somewhat, sir, in view of your explanation, and I'll vote first. I don't know whether I have agreement or not, but my feeling was if you had not given me the evidence and explanations you have, I would have been much harsher. Today, I'm going to simply fine you my choice of $700 plus costs. And how much time do you need to pay it?
A week.
1 week. Okay, commissioners?
So I'm going to agree with the imposition of the fine, but I would like the guarantee from Mr. Marousis that it's not going to come from his employee, that it comes from the establishment, because that is who is at fault ultimately. It is not the fault of his employee.
He will pay it, I guarantee you
It's
that.
the fault of the establishment.
There'll be a check written on his corporate account.
And her pay should be docked.
And she's not going to dock it, but as I explained to you, that if in fact you felt there's some need for it because of her conduct that night, then he would have followed your directive, obviously.
And I can just speak for myself. I don't view this board as a employment relations board. And we don't speak to how people should engage with their employees in terms of employment, but I just want to make it clear that the fine comes from the licensee.
No question. I appreciate your comment.
My other partner just expressed my concern exactly. We don't manage your establishment. And obviously, someone mismanaged your establishment that night. It was a good story. I wouldn't have fallen for it, but the judge did. He has more of a heart than I do. I believe that young kids are not to be served, and if that means that she needs to lose her job, lose her house, that's fine with me if it compares to her getting the liquor from that establishment. So I suggest very strongly that you not come back before us again, because next time you may not be so lucky.
You vote today?
I agree.
You have our decision, sir. You have to go down there and make your arrangements 1 week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice afternoon.
All right? As soon as you're ready, call the next case. And here, pass this on down for the Rubenel, for that. Yeah. Call the next case.
Yes, sir. It's Joseph Soltis and David Hitchner, New Ritz, Inc. New Ritz, which is at 500-04 South Broadway. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, liquor, and it's a request to expand the premises to the 500 location.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Stephen Fogelman on behalf of the Fells Point Community Organization.
Okay. Swear all witnesses. Oh, wait a minute. First of all, Mr.
For the record, Melvin J. Kaminsky, 19 East Bay Street, representing the licensing. If you want to have all the witnesses do is to all stand up, whether we call you or not.
Anybody that's going to participate in this hearing, maybe. I swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. And your representation, sir?
For the record, again, Melvin J. Kaminsky, representing the licensing. This is a request for an expansion for existing LBD 7 license from 504 to 500-02 South Broadway. If I may, Mr. Chairman, we have a representative from the Fells Point residents who has to leave as an MOU. He'd like to hand in. Mr. Marks?
Certainly bring him up so we can get him out of here. You want to present him as your first witness?
Yes, I would.
Has he been sworn?
Yes,
All right. Your name, sir?
David Martz.
You in your hands.
Now, you had met with the licensees concerning this expansion with your group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have arrived at a memorandum of understanding with them?
That is correct.
And you have a copy of it, or does Mr. Hurdle have a
There are
copy?
4 copies here. Mr. Hitchner is on his way up the stairs as we speak.
When
Give me the signed copy.
All 4 are signed.
All 4 signed.
We're just missing one of the licensees who literally come up the steps.
Okay.
Steve, you
This
don't
is a
want us-
memorandum
Yes,
of
thank you.
understanding between your clients, Mr. Kadensky.
Fells Point Residents Association.
Okay. All right, mark it, Exhibit 1. Go ahead, sir.
And then along with this, you were at the meetings when they made their proposal with regard to the expansion in the steakhouse and the menu and so forth, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as a result of that, this memorandum of understanding came about, correct?
That is correct.
Now, along with that, there was the Douglas Place Neighborhood Association had joined in, but they haven't signed this as of yet, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, I have enough further questions.
All right, now, I have a couple questions. How many members do you have?
We have approximately 85 paid members.
Are they in the immediate area of the location we're talking about?
Within distance, yes.
All right, and your position is what? That you're in favor of him having liquor and restaurant at the extension of the property, is that correct?
What was promised to us is that they will build a building
On the vacant lot?
on the vacant lot. It will house a steakhouse.
And this is a corner, isn't that correct?
That is a corner, yes.
And it's a key corner in the neighborhood?
It is, yes.
And what's the location?
500 South Broadway.
And,
502?
no, the cross street.
Oh, that is
Eastern and Broadway.
Eastern Avenue.
Eastern Avenue and Broadway.
Correct.
Biggest corner in the neighborhood.
It's a fairly large corner, yes.
Okay. And the empty lot is next to the corner.
Empty lot is actually at the corner.
That's what I meant.
Yes,
And the buildings they're already in are next to the lot.
that is correct.
And your community association is familiar with this.
Yes,
And so you're say that a restaurant and alcohol is okay with your association?
as promised, as was proposed
Don't tell
in the
me as
meeting.
promised. You
Or
gotta
as
give me what
proposed
it
in the
is,
meeting.
huh?
As proposed in our meeting on September 3rd, yes.
Which is what I just said?
Yes.
Okay, questions?
What you're saying, and I don't want to speak, subject to the agreement in the memorandum of understanding, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, questions by anybody?
Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. March, how are you doing, sir? Good to see you. You agreed in principle to this MOU quite some time ago, did you not?
That's how we held our vote, yes.
Right, and in fact, when you held your vote didn't even include any food percentages, isn't that right?
When we held the vote, no. That MOU does hold a food percentage.
Right, and that was something that was added effectively yesterday, am I
Yes,
right?
that is
Okay.
correct.
Now, within the MOU, there are some certain terms discussed, such as no neon signs or no illegal video poker machines, isn't that right?
That is correct.
All right, now, again, you believe that the applicants do indeed want to operate a true steakhouse, right?
As has been stated to me, yes.
All right, now, why is it, though, that you would even have to contract to make sure that there aren't illegal video poker machines?
It's part of our standard MOUs.
Okay, so, but you don't think it would be appropriate or you wouldn't expect to see it in an MOU with the prime rib, would you?
I would have no idea.
All right, now, the fact that this is the expansion of a BD7, is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right, and would your group prefer a restaurant license at the premises?
As
Do you
discussed.
understand the question?
I do. As discussed in our
I
meeting,
thought there was a restaurant license at the, am I missing something?
BD7, it's a tavern license.
Your Honor, this
No
is an
food.
expansion of a tavern license rather than.
But not a restaurant?
And that's
Okay, I stand corrected. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so I guess my question is, wouldn't you have preferred a restaurant license as a resident of Fells Point?
personally, yes.
All right, and in fact, although you have 85 paid members, it was 24 voters who actually voted at your meeting, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And within the MOU, are you concerned at all that there is nothing mentioned about a breach of contract?
You understand the question?
I do. And since I'm not an
You
attorney,
explained
I
it to
really
me.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any concern?
There is a contract.
Right, and what are the penalties that are your understanding if food sale minimums are not made?
I thought there was, you're really mixing me up. It's not a restaurant, you told me.
Your Honor, the MOU does indeed provide for food sale, and that's something that we'll want to develop later on in our case. But I want to make sure the signatory to this MOU fully understands the terms and conditions of
I
this
see.
agreement.
So the agreement says they can have food,
Yes, Your Honor.
even though they're not proposing it.
Your Honor, they are, it's my understanding, I've got into this case late, it's my understanding they are proposing food.
Aren't you proposing food at this location?
Yes, we are, and the MOU says, in exchange for that 500 and 502 being added, to use as a restaurant, they agree for that area to use 50% food.
Okay.
50.1%.
All right, and Mr. Mark,
It says that in there.
It does.
51.
50.1%.
50%. This is the majority.
all right, thank you. And Mr. March, is it your understanding that the entire premises, the entire licensed premises is going to be required to meet that 50.1% food to alcohol percentage?
As proposed in the MOU, it's the address 500 and 502.
All right.
South Broadway.
So what you're saying is that they're telling you they're going to have 50.1% in the expanded premises only?
That is correct.
All right, and let me ask you, with a single license and a single business and a single entity, how will how do you imagine, as a signatory to this agreement, that there will be any way to know what food was sold in which part of the business?
That is what I'm hoping the Liquor Commissioner Board will help us decide.
All right, and furthermore, what in this MOU would stop the ability of the licensee to charge all the food that was sold in the original premises and transfer that over to the expanded premises, that food, without carrying over that alcohol sales on the original premises, since it is a VD7 and has no food requirement? How is that going to be policed effectively?
Well, I'm going to object. I don't know how he's going to know that.
I don't know either, it's the same.
Well, he might surprise us and be able to answer, so
Okay,
why
let's
don't we
give him a
let him
shot.
answer?
Okay, good idea.
I don't know how that would be calculated.
All right, and you understand that this board does, and you understand that this,
As expected.
and you understand that this board, in fact, does have licenses with food requirements.
Yes.
Are you aware of any other licenses in the city that have food requirements on one side and not on the other?
Not that I'm aware of now.
Okay. And why is it in the agreement that hours of operation are not addressed, or even kitchen hours for that matter?
Well, I'm going to object. The agreement speaks for itself, and it was signed.
No, but he can ask it. I don't say anything wrong.
We did not address hours of operation for the steakhouse.
And why was valet parking not addressed?
Valet parking is addressed.
Okay, and with respect to the provision entitled Good Neighbor. Let's see. And I'm sorry, we were just handed a final copy of this about 15 minutes ago, Your Honor.
Take your time.
If I may ask the board's indulgence.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Already got it.
All right, so as far as penalties for failure to meet food requirements or any of the other terms in the memorandum of understanding, what is your understanding of what will happen if food requirements are not met?
Well, I'm going to object. I was asked and answered before.
Well, I think it's confusing. I think what he wants to know is, you as a member of the association, what would you personally do if you felt that the agreement was not honored?
I would, as the president of the association, come back to the liquor board with a complaint.
All right, is that what it says in the MOU that you've signed?
That's his answer.
Okay, so what does it say?
It has no provisions for penalties. It's an agreement that if it's breached, I guess there are results that can happen, meaning coming back to the liquor board for their opinion.
So in fact, the agreement says if food sales fall below this number, it is a violation of this agreement. Isn't that right?
That's calling for a conclusion. The agreement speaks for itself. We're going to this thing ad nauseum.
Yeah, your questions, you're asking a member of an association for possibly what we would do.
Yes, Your Honor, and all I'm,
Phrase the question.
yes,
Make it more understandable.
okay. So you've read the agreement, obviously?
Yes.
And you know that it
Several
says it will be a violation if the food sales fall below 50.1% on one side of the building, right?
That is correct.
All right, but do you know what that would mean? Or have you already answered that? Does that mean to you, as president of FIPRA, that you would indeed come back to the liquor board and file a complaint?
Yes, if we heard complaints and there was suspicion that something other than a steakhouse is in that building, we most certainly would come back to the liquor board.
Right, but there's nothing in the agreement that says that the expansion will basically go away if they don't operate as a steakhouse, right?
Ask and answer 3 times.
What the liquor board would do again.
I'm simply trying to ask his understanding of the agreement he signed, Your Honor.
Well, I think we've gone over.
All right, thank you.
So let's get on to something.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Can we
Okay.
excuse the, can we
Yes, you
excuse
may be
Ronald?
excused.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Can you show me where in the agreement, parking is addressed? Because it's not addressed in the copy that I have, and maybe I don't have the most recent.
Actually, just added that. Doors and windows?
No, parking.
Yes, it's under the doors and windows
Oh.
portion.
Doors and windows of cars?
That's the first page, I'm sorry, first page.
I don't have the, thanks.
About halfway down the page.
Do we have a correct signed copy?
Yes, we do now. That's in the file.
Okay.
All right, I see it. Yeah, thank you.
That was just sent to us.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have one other question.
Wait a minute. I'm on the Commissioner.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay, now, go ahead, sir.
Do you know what the capacity of the establishment is now?
Of the Ritz
Yes.
Gentlemen's Club, I do not.
Okay, do you believe around 250 persons?
Well, I'm
is-
gonna object to
I've
you, you said
never
you
been
don't know.
inside, so I have no idea.
All right, you have no idea the capacity of this club. And do you have any idea what the capacity of the club will be post-expansion?
Of the steakhouse they're proposing,
Yes.
that would be up to the fire department, I believe. to
All right.
Establish occupancy.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Jones? Can I excuse him?
I think so. You excuse, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
All right, now go ahead back with your case.
Good afternoon,
Can you
Your Honor.
state your name and address for the record, please?
You have a counsel.
Sure. My name is Andrew O'Connell. I'm an attorney with Murphy, Falcon and Murphy, 1 South
And
Street.
your last name is spelled how?
O''Connell.
Sounds Irish to me.
It is.
Okay, and go ahead, sir.
So, you work with the law firm and with regard to this 500 and 502 South Broadway, in what reference to what?
Sure. 500 and 502, the holder of the deed is an LLC, 504 South Broadway LLC. I represent that LLC, in 2 lawsuits, one that has been concluded with the city, one that is ongoing that's, I believe, relevant. The city sued 504 South Broadway LLC for zoning violations, and I represent the LLC in that matter in district court. We are now under a consent order. Your Honor, go ahead.
Zoning violation? How'd it get there?
I did not file the
You sure
lawsuit.
you have a mistake there?
I'm certain. I have the
All right,
file here if you would like to review it.
no.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Your case.
The city and the 504 South Broadway LLC have entered into a consent agreement. The city doesn't like basically an open hole sitting there. It's the basement of the property that had fallen down and then was condemned. The city and the
That's not where the old Goldenberg's department store was,
It's Eastern Auto.
Eastern Oil, okay, fine.
that building fell down, and there was part of it fell down, and there was an emergency condemnation, and there was litigation over that. That is concluded. The zoning issue has to do with the open hole that is in the ground. Now, the LLC has put up a beauty
Well,
fence.
can you get right to the point?
Sure. The city and the LLC are in a consent agreement to have something built, and right now they are to have permits.
And what's the time period on it?
The permits are to be pulled by December 3rd of this year, and then principal construction is to begin by March 2nd of next year.
All right, now, is there any specifications as to what it has to be built in the agreement?
A structure,
A structure,
yes,
and you're representing the property owner,
correct.
but not the licensed existence that's there now.
With regard to the hole in the ground, Your Honor, my understanding is there is no license at all there, and so no is the answer to your question, I believe.
I understand that, but you represent the persons who own the property.
Correct, the
And
LLC.
you have a financial agreement then with the licensed establishment? You have a money agreement with them? Your clients, do they have a contract or mortgage or some kind of financial agreement with respect to the properties we're talking about and the operation of the business?
I don't know the answer to your question, Your Honor.
I gotta turn to my expert.
I'm
What
not
have I said wrong?
Well, you didn't say anything wrong, and he didn't hear anything wrong, but I think this is the question.
Sure.
We're here on application to expand the license of New Ritz into property to be built on land owned by your clients. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, is there any business relationship between the current licensees and your client?
One of the managing member, Mr. Ilkhan, is a member of both.
So, one of the managing members of 504 South Broadway LLC is also a managing member of New Ritz, Inc.
I believe, but I'm not representing the New Ritz, Inc. with regard to its license.
Okay.
I haven't reviewed, to be very
All right,
clear, I
well,
haven't.
we can get clarity, but it sounds like there is a relationship between the two.
If I can just clarify, isn't it true that where the Ritz is now at 504, it's the same owner, 504 South Broadway LLC?
Owns the land at the.
Correct.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
But what do you represent? Are you representing the owner of the property?
The person, the LLC that holds the deed, that's with
Okay.
regard to.
Now, how does that help this case here? I mean, the risk, are they going to lease or either buy from the 504 corporation?
I do not know that.
So what do you know?
Whatever answers, I can answer whatever questions you like.
I have a
This-
question.
Go ahead.
Why should we care
Well,
about,
the-
wait, you gotta hear the question. Sure. It's an interesting one, I think, if you hear it. Why should this board care about your consent agreement with the city of Baltimore and the mandate that permits be pulled by December 3, 2014?
I think the issue, or what might be relevant to the board, ma'am, is that the property owner is sort of in a catch-22 situation. The city wants that whole, they want something built, and the community wants something built, and I think that's
You keep
understandable.
using the word whole, but what you really do mean is a blank piece of ground. A
Yes,
lot.
it's a lot.
You want that lot filled up.
The city and the community organization, or the community, I believe, wants something built there. That's my understanding from the city's attorney, which I understand. And at the same time, the property owner, the LLC, wants to build something. There is a time, there's a clock around this LLC's neck, not one necessarily that the board was consulted about, but that is simply what is the lay of the land with regard to the property owner. They are getting pressure basically from both directions, if you understand what I'm saying. Build something, but no, at
Well,
the same time. That's why I believe that might be relevant, or why you should care.
all right, thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Your case. Questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, sir, what, are you aware that the LLC that you mentioned is in fact forfeited at this time?
As I sat down here today, I was informed of that. The last time I reviewed that, and I have in the past, it was in good standing. You don't get a notice, or at least I did not get a notice that it was not in good standing. And I can check that when I get back to my office.
What's not in good standing?
The LLC, I understand, I've learned this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me, that it was not in good standing.
Or in fact, it was forfeited? at this time?
Forfeit, I was unaware of that.
Okay. And with respect to that property in particular, it is in a historic district, isn't that right?
I believe that, but yes, it is.
All right. And it's taken 4.5 years since that structure collapsed, and it still hasn't, construction has not begun. Isn't that right?
That's correct. The lot was actually tied up in another litigation. The city filed, or the LLC filed a lawsuit against the city and the city's contractor with regard to a wrongful condemnation. They knocked down 2 buildings when they should have knocked down 1, is to bottom line it. And that was in, I'm sorry?
Who knocked down?
The actual contractor was P&J Contracting.
Contractor knocked down a building by mistake.
That's correct, Your Honor. They should have knocked down the one that was dilapidated. They knocked down that building and the one next door, tying up the LLC in litigation. There was a lawsuit filed, and it is since concluded. I can speak about the settlement of that case with regard to the city. It was non-confidential, but not with regard to the contractor. That was a confidential settlement. Little odd, but because I can talk about.
But was it concluded that they tore down the wrong building?
It never went to trial, so there was no finding, if you will, with regard to that. It was settled, and all parties.
Okay, let's go.
Last question, and so is it your testimony then that the litigation that you initiated with your client as a plaintiff against the city of Baltimore has caused a 4.5-year delay in construction?
That and the other lawsuit initiated by the city against my client. Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions? Anybody else? No? All right, you're next. Rest of you. Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
You may be excused, sir. No questions, Commissioner, I hope.
I just don't think it matters, frankly.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Ian Sikorsky, address is 1680 Bullock Circle, Owings Mills, Maryland.
And your last name is spelled?
S-O-K-O-L-O-S-K-I.
Okay.
And what is your profession?
I'm an architect.
And were you the architect that was hired concerning the proposed building where the steakhouse was going to go?
Correct.
And then do you have those drawings with you?
I do.
Okay, can you show the board? I want to ask the question is that I have smaller versions of these, so this would be the smaller versions of those buildings?
Yes.
Submit those as,
All right. Go ahead.
now you submitted these drawings to the city and the city planners, is that correct?
Correct.
And how far along are you with regard to getting the plans approved and what would go forward on this?
We have submitted the plans to the Design Review Committee, which is required due to the historic districts. We've received a concept approval from them. We have submitted the drawings to the zoning department for a required zoning appeal. We've submitted drawings to the planning department for a pre-development meeting, and we have also submitted for a building permit.
Now, along with that, I'm sorry.
Zoning,
I'm sorry.
The zoning appeal is scheduled for November 18.
That'd just be routine use of the building, wouldn't it?
No, actually, the use is permitted by rights. The zoning appeal is required for 100% lot coverage, as well as an area which is slightly above what is permitted in the code.
I mean, you're asking for 100% lot, or it's
Yes.
required?
Yes.
Which?
Both.
Both.
And the planning department has recommended approval of this.
And why haven't you gotten it?
No, we just need to go through a zoning appeal, and that's through the Municipal Board of Zoning and Zoning Appeals, BMZA office.
So you're just waiting for the decision?
That's, well, we need to attend the hearing next month.
Oh, you haven't had the hearing?
No, sir.
November 18th was the day you have your hearing?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Now, along with that, the question is, what would the proposed cost for the building of this building be?
We have not done any specific cost exercises yet, but we are reckoning approximately $1 million.
All right, and then what would you think would be the time frame from start to finish if you get approval to start building?
Approximately 6 to 9 months.
All right, and Along with that, the drawings that you submitted, they have been modified at various times, is that correct?
That is correct.
Originally had parking provided for an on-site,
That's correct.
and then the neighbors objected and you took the parking off.
That's right. We did attend a meeting in July with the Fells Point Task Force, where the neighbors, as well as the planning department, did object to the on-site parking. We were pleased to omit that from on-site, and which is why we need 100% lot coverage currently.
And along with that, you have how many proposed seats would be in this structure?
There are approximately 158 seats.
Okay, and then, but of course, you would be constrained with whatever the fire department and the building would give you, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sokolsky. Nice to see you again. All right, when is your CHAP meeting?
Actually, I've called into Eddie Leon in the planning department currently to get that addressed.
All right, so that hasn't been scheduled at this time?
No, no.
How about Design Review Commission?
We've met with them over the past 2 months. They have given us concept approval. Final approval is pending final material selections.
All right, and finally, why was the zoning hearing postponed last week, if you know?
We were just running behind schedule due to the proposed changes for the design review committee.
All right, thank you very much.
You're offering us as exhibit, mark it, please. What do you say? Go ahead, sir. Can he be excused?
Well,
Commissioner,
I'm
Commissioner's
sorry,
question?
I'm sorry. So, why do you need 100% lot coverage? I missed that point.
Okay. Well, the current lot is 30 feet by 95 feet. It's on a prominent corner, as we've mentioned previously here. The previous building had covered 100% of that lot. And most of the designers, as well as the design review committee, do not want to have a gap between the buildings. We would be required to have a gap on Eastern Avenue. So what's going to happen between the gap? It doesn't make sense to have that between the adjacent building and the proposed building.
So there's gonna be a gap on Eastern Avenue?
Well, if we do not have 100% lot coverage. Currently, there's a 30-foot rear yard setback required, which really doesn't suit this location.
Now, would it be possible to erect the new building and have a door between the existing building and the new building so that patrons can come from the Gentlemen's Club right into the steakhouse without having to go outside?
No, the building codes will not permit that.
Anything else?
I'm just curious about one thing. Since the parking area was changed, where's that parking area going to be now?
The zoning code permits us to have an off-site parking, and I believe the owners have an arrangement with a lot within 300 feet, which is just at the end of the block there. Yeah, at the bank. We require 14 spots, and there's ample parking at that location.
You have a written agreement someplace that we can look at?
I personally don't know.
Will there be a shared roof? No activities on the roof?
Yeah, these are independently constructed
So,
buildings.
and you're contemplating building one building or two buildings?
Just one building.
One building that'll be completely independent and separate from the building for the gentleman's new Ritz?
Right.
Completely separate, no shared roof?
No.
No shared back?
No.
No shared wall? You have a shared wall, but there'll be no access from one building to the other via the shared wall?
There are no openings, no communication between the two structures.
None at any level, at
None.
no level?
None.
So there, you have, okay, I think I got it.
Okay.
Gentlemen's Club, and then a place where women and gentlemen can go?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay, all right, got it. All right.
Anything else? You may be excused, sir. Oh, you have a question?
No, I'll withdraw. Thank you.
You may be excused, sir. Call your next witness.
I have not been sworn, so I guess I have to be sworn in.
You're a lawyer, aren't you?
I am a lawyer, I'm not sure
You
what the board's policy.
gotta tell the truth.
I do have to tell the truth, I do know that, I just wasn't.
If you're testifying as a witness, I think you need to be sworn. If you're conducting business as an attorney, you can lie all you want. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I
No.
seem to have a lot of help today.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're
I hope we're at commercial.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Swear the witness.
We do laugh sometimes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name, sir, for the record?
It's Abraham Hurdle, Hurdle.
And you worked on.
It's not the first time that he's used you as a witness in other cases.
Certainly as an expert.
First time.
Yes, as an expert. I
We
remember.
accept him as an expert. You worked on this project, is that correct?
I did.
And out of all the, in reference to direction from Councilman Kraft's office, he recommended that the applicants go to 4 different community groups and make their pitch, is that correct?
After the task force meeting, he advised us to meet with the 4 community groups in the vicinity, and we met with the 4 community groups.
And you were present in all those meetings.
I was.
And along with that, you worked with Mr. Marks concerning securing the MOU, is that correct?
That's correct, right up to the wire, yes.
And it would be fair to say that not all groups have agreed and signed on, is that correct?
That's correct, and I can elaborate if
Go
you
ahead,
will.
fine.
At the Douglas Place meeting, they had undergone some significant board changes to their community association. And at the meeting, they gave us approval based on a similar promise that we had made to the Fells Point Residents Group, which was not to seek adult entertainment at that location. As you can see from the MOU, it is significantly more vast than that. Unfortunately, we have not heard anything from the representatives from the Douglas Place Association for about 2 months. It was my understanding that they were going to kind of follow in the footsteps, but again, we have not heard anything from them in that time.
To date.
Since we went to the meeting when they said they approved, we have not heard anything. Now, they have not seen the MOU, and it is significantly stricter than the discussion was, so.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, and then you went to the Broadway Area Business Association, is that correct?
I did.
And then Mr. Kim was the fellow who chaired it?
Mr. Kim is the president of the Broadway Area Business Association, yes.
And what was his or their general consensus after you made your pitch?
They kind of were taking a wait-and-see approach. I spoke with Mr. Kim yesterday. I discussed the MOU with him. He said that his group would have to take a vote on the specific MOU and he could not speak for them. They're meeting next week. I indicated that pending whatever the outcome of today was, that we would be happy to sit down with them and discuss the MOU. They were on the fence, I think, was at the time. I don't want to, they were not in opposition, to my understanding.
All right, and this, from the period of time that this application was filed in July, it's taken this long to go through that entire process, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I had to do all 4 community groups, and the last one was October 14th.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hurdle. Nice to see you again. I want to make sure you know the turnout, the votes at the associations that you say supported the project. It's 24, as Mr. Martz testified, for FIPRA. Isn't that right?
I didn't do a head count. He said 24. I'll believe him. It was a full room at Bertha's Mussels.
All right, and as far as Douglas Place, smaller crowd, it was no more than 9 or 10 individuals at that meeting, isn't that right? Or-
Yeah, they had, like I said, they had had some significant turnover immediately prior to that meeting. But it was, I would say, 10 or 12 people, something like that, yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Hurdle.
Commissioners, questions?
No?
Just in response to.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Commissioners, questions?
No.
I have none.
Okay, now, sir.
When you went to the business association, how many people were there?
About 15 business owners. Just 15, yeah. It's a big room at the Polish Club.
Polish Home?
Polish Home, sorry.
And along with the other last association, Ms. Vasquez, you went to that hearing?
I did.
And how many people were at that one?
I believe the vote was 13 people against it. There was no supporters.
All right. I'm no further questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner?
None.
No questions.
All right, continue with your case, sir.
I want to submit some, for the record, various.
Can this witness step down?
Yes, you can step back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From, and I'll give them to council here, is one from the Baltimore Business Association, that's in favor. One from 236 South Broadway. One from the Club Zone, 506 South Broadway. One from 531 South Broadway. One from 529 South Broadway. One from, what's the address on this one? No, I didn't see it. 501 South Broadway, I'm sorry. 512 South Broadway, all these are in the 500 block. There's another one from Alan Burris of the 506 and a half South Broadway. And lastly, Baltimore Bicycles at 415-17 South Broadway.
When we finish with your examination, counsel, give them back to the counsel representing the applicants. And you can decide whether he wants to give it to me or not.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I'm not going to, certainly not going to object to the admissibility of these documents. I do, I imagine I can save it for closing or ask my clients about it. Okay. Could you give them just a moment to review those?
Well, and in the interim, if I may, we also have petitions signed by persons who are in favor, and I'm going to let them review them at the same time. Might be easier if it's all right with the board. We've got 270 signatures from people in the general area who are both customers and people who live in the area of where the Ritz is.
Thank you.
And they're all supporting.
Supporting,
You all set?
They're certainly going to be reviewing those petitions. If you're happy, we can, they're just going to need a few minutes. If you could just give us time and we can revisit that request. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. So we're going to take a short recess?
How much time are you talking about?
No more.
There are several pages here, and we need to be able to count which ones.
people talking from the back. You gotta let.
So maybe
I'm
we could do,
asking counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, 5 to 10 minutes.
I could use the bathroom.
10-minute recess, thank you. And let's be ready in 10 minutes.
Ahead of time because they had interest in it for their approval.
All right, but not the board until this moment.
It's correct, and the letters came in today from other people that were not provided to me.
All right, well, I don't want to continue to cross-examine Mr. Kudensky.
Okay.
I'll save it for closing.
All right, next witness.
Get your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, you're back again. And your full name for the city he's recording.
OMID, last name is ILKHAN. I live at
Do it again.
OMID, first name, last name is ILKHAN. I live at 250 South President Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
All right, now you are the member that owns the property, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've been.
Why don't we identify the property, we know.
504, 500, and 502 South Broadway, is that correct?
Correct.
And
That's all the properties in question?
correct. That's the properties in question, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And along with that, you've owned those properties for how many years?
504, I own it for 12 years. And 502, 509, I bought it in 2009.
All right, now you've got together with the licensees here, the proposal is to open a steakhouse, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And along with them, you made this menu, you sat down with the licensees and proposed this menu?
Yes, I did.
And did you also provide this menu to the community groups when you spoke at them?
Every one of them.
All right, and this is the proposed menu that they're gonna go ahead and use in the place?
Absolutely.
And you're the ones who actually gonna build the building, is that correct?
I am the one funding the money.
Okay, and the building is.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
What'd you say, sir?
I am the one that funded the money.
You're the money man.
Yes.
And the information that was given by both the attorney representing you with the city and the architect is true and correct about the cost, is that correct?
Yes.
And along with that, there'll be an extended lease from the present location to the new location.
Yes.
So the present location is being leased for how much a month?
6,000,
And the new location will be leased for how much
10,000.
when it's complete?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Well, let me, just so everybody understands, you own all the properties, but however, the properties are not going to be operated together as far as joining one from the other. Is that true or not? Because that was a testimony.
Your Honor, I don't understand your.
Let me rephrase it. We have an existing operation, and we have a blank lot right next to it.
Yes, it is.
You fill the blank lot up with the new building that you propose.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there going to be communication between the two buildings as a business?
It's going to be part of the same corporation.
Be
They
all
have
the
to pay.
same thing.
You have to pay me
So the
$16,000 a
existing
month.
one of 50204 will be in the same business operation or not with 500?
That's something that they're the people that run it, not me. I'm just going to build up the building.
Are you going to have communicating doors between your new building? No communicating doors. So your understanding of the architectural and business representations are that the new building, which you are fronting the money for, and the old building, do you have a mortgage there too?
Pay off.
Okay? And there would be no communication between 402, 502, excuse me, and 504 and 500?
No.
Okay, that's my question. Do you have any other questions? Witnesses?
I have one question. I apologize for this, but I need a drink of water.
That's okay.
The lots, now, I think I heard it, if I didn't, I'm asking. Are the lots gonna be consolidated?
I don't know that. That's up to
So you
attorneys.
just a money person, you have nothing to do with the property, the land at all?
Well, I'm the one that getting 16 grand a month. That's what I do. And every other my businesses, that's what I do. I buy property, I lease it out.
Do you own the lots?
I do. That lot next to?
Lot 500 and 502?
Yes, I do, Honor.
Have there been any discussions about consolidating that lot, those lots? And to your, look at me, I mean, I'm asking, do you know of any discussion? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, so I wasn't paying attention. Do you have anything to do with the menu? Is this something?
I want to know what they're going to put out there. I want to know if I'm putting my money out there, something going to work. And also, the same time, I want the 500 blocks of Broadway to grow up. Somehow, if I do something, if I would be the first one doing something, I believe to take a chances. So if I build up the place, what's the most going to happen? They're going to be success and they're going to give me the money every month. And if not, I'm going to lease it to somebody else. But at the question is, yes, I went out there, I went to a lot of different steakhouses, and I feel like that, why not? Why can't we do something in Fells Point? The guy going to come and have his steak, and then he's going to get out and go down there and chill with these pretty girls that you see out there. There's nothing wrong with that.
So they're gonna back that up?
They're going to
a-
go they're going to eat their dinner, they're going to walk out, and they're going to go to the next door, and they're going to go to the cabaret.
Oh, so there's a plan to bring in patrons to the steakhouse, and then they would enjoy their meal, and then go see the girls?
What is wrong with having a steakhouse? The people go down and eat their steak, and they walk out of the door, and there's a gentleman club next to it, and the gentleman gonna say, hey, why don't we just go to the next door? What's the problem with that?
Well, from my perspective, one of the problems is that the women aren't included. But that's not, that's neither here nor there.
Wait a minute, where aren't they included?
Because it's all the gentlemen. The gentlemen are gonna do this. The gentlemen are gonna have steak. The gentlemen are gonna go next door. I mean, I understand, so it's really for the men, isn't it?
No, actually, these days, I see a lot of females down there too.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of a side issue, but my question is, did you create this menu?
No, with them.
The
Me
owners?
And David and Joe, we went to a couple different steakhouses, and we looked at a couple different steakhouses in this town, and we created a menu. We went to Prime, we went to Captain Ray, we went to Treetop one.
So y'all just sort of came up with this as a mock-up of what a menu could look like?
Well, she's been more places than I have.
Anyway, I believe that the city it can handle another club, another steakhouse. But the bottom line is, I'm trying to build something on the corner. I've been told by the city I have to do something with it. So I figured out what else to do. What would be the perfect place for that? It's a corner, everybody see it, First Point upcoming. And as you know, these folks been running this club for 10 years. They never had no violation. They never had a problem with police. They never had a problem with alcohol, liquor board, or any of these. So I figured out, why not? They already gave the pass the test for 10 years. I think David can do it. And I still believe.
All right, so I have a question.
Please do.
How much do you believe is gonna be spent to build this steakhouse?
They said $1 million. It
They-
could be 800, it could be $1.2 million. Anything that you build is not exact money. You know, it can go over and it can go less.
So you understand that if you, with that amount of investment, you can get a restaurant license?
It can't happen because they're going to be on the same corporation. I want to be under the same corporation, and but for me, it has tax liability.
Why? I don't understand.
I own 100 piece of property. I own, a matter of fact, I'm in front of you. I own the club, the building of Club Mirage too. And Tom's sitting down here, and he asked me to close my Sunday night. It's not good for the neighborhood, and I did it. So
Why not just establish a new corporation? Because the corporation that is operating next door is forfeited. They don't, but, hold on. Are you gonna, you can't do that, Mr. Kadinsky. I don't like it. I don't like it, and I don't appreciate it, and I'm not gonna tolerate it. If I'm talking and asking questions, don't cut me off. I don't do it to you. You're not gonna do it to me,
That's right. Go ahead.
period.
Let's not get no big, let's go.
All right, so, the existing corporation we are hearing today is forfeited. It does not exist. Legally, it does not exist according to the state of Maryland. Why not just establish a new corporation to operate the steakhouse?
answer your question.
Yes, please.
The reason been forwarded because the state did not receive the checks. I called my CPA today too. I don't know anything about that part. I know about the BD7 license that these people want to do. You're asking me something that I don't know the question, but the
Okay.
reason that was forwarded because the state didn't receive the check, and that's why when you don't receive the $300 check, they will forfeit your corporation, as you know.
So, I guess my question is, what I'm hearing you say is that you just want to expand the license?
I don't want to do anything.
You don't wanna do anything.
See, this is something that you go and
Okay.
making a mistake.
I'll save my questions for the person that can answer, best answer. Okay, all right, thank you.
But I just wanted to make sure you would not want the steakhouse without the liquor license.
I'm not going to build it.
Yeah, because that's you gotta have that profit to survive.
It's all about dollar to dollar.
I'm just wondering.
Yes.
Because in the letters that I read, with respect to this, some people were okay with a restaurant without a license. Two that I recall. But, overwhelming majority were opposed to a restaurant with a license.
I guess.
You are absolutely firm on that, you must have the license.
Yeah, but you're on it.
You don't have to explain, I understand.
I guess.
It's a business decision,
It is.
yes. Okay, let's go on, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ilkan, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying you want to save taxes, save tax money, and that's the reason why, instead of developing a separate B restaurant license, you are asking the liquor board to expand this BD7, have adult entertainment on half of it, no food requirements, and no adult entertainment on the other side of it, and have food requirements? Is that why?
You understand the question? No. I don't either.
I'll try to rephrase it. So instead of seeking a B license, you're telling this board that you're asking for this unique expansion in order to save on taxes, as you just testified.
I'm not a CPA. You're asking me this. These are the things that I'm not able. You can't add something that I don't know. I'm not a CPA.
But
I don't understand the question.
But sir, did you not just testify that you are doing it this way because of tax reasons to Commissioner
I
Moore?
don't want to open another corporation. Every time you open another corporation, you have to pay $300. You got to pay more money to your CPA. You got to pay more money to your lawyer. I don't understand why it's a community. Some community has a problem with it. If I would want to build a beautiful steakhouse, I would say go and do it. I know what I'm saying. I don't understand your question. So
Well, I don't understand your testimony,
because
sir,
you're
where
going
you're
around
just.
because you're going around the block.
Don't argue, come on, folks.
All right. Now, we need to establish whether or not there is a consolidation of these lots. You are saying no?
I don't know.
All right, you're gonna spend $1 million on this property, and you don't know if they're consolidated or not.
We haven't get to
Don't
that
argue
point.
with the witness, just ask a question.
So
Well,
you do not know.
You said that.
Okay. But are you aware that if the lots indeed are consolidated, that you may request a pass-through in both of these properties?
We don't know what's gonna happen to them later on. Are they gonna vote for what we wanna do or not? Why am I gonna go to all the expenses and all of that, money that I don't know what's gonna happen?
Says he doesn't know. Let's go.
All right, I have nothing further with this witness.
Go ahead, any recourse? Redirect?
To Commissioner Moore, 504 South Broadway LLC may be in default, correct?
Because they did not receive.
Got it.
Yes,
That owns the property.
yes,
New Ritz Inc. is the licensee, is not in default.
no.
Okay, fine.
Any other questions?
Yeah, very briefly, and thank you. Have you reviewed the application in this matter?
In what matter?
In this liquor board expansion matter of a BD7, sir, the case that we're here for.
Understand the question?
Okay, do you, can you read me the last line of the application? The last question, what merchandise?
Okay, 504 South Broadway. LLC,
Right,
504.
and then what's the last question there? What merchandise?
What merchandise would be? Okay, what about it?
All right, and what's the answer to the question, what merchandise will be handled in connection with sale of alcoholic beverages? What's,
But listen, you
what's the
can't give me
I
this.
want you to read it. Go ahead, read it.
What is this, man?
yes.
But you know, you can't give me this because I'm not a license holder.
I understand, but you're telling me that this is gonna be a high-end steakhouse.
No, you can't give me that because I'm not a license holder. You can't give me something that I don't own.
But I've asked you if you were
I'm not
familiar
gonna
with
answer
it,
that because
sir.
I'm not a license holder. These two are the license holder. Go ask them.
Sir,
It's a simple matter.
No, I don't know.
okay, so you've never seen the application then?
It's not my business to see that
Sir.
application. I'm not a
Don't
licensee.
don't argue with his questions. Just try to answer them. If you can't answer them, say so.
Because you're honest, he's going around the block
I
and the block.
understand perfectly, but if he wants to ask the question, he has a right to ask it, sir. You either have to answer it or say you
No,
can't
I have
answer
not
it.
seen it.
You have not seen it, though you just testified that you were
I
familiar.
did not see it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, well,
It's 4.
can I get Mr. Ilkan? I
You're
just,
representing all of, I'm assuming that it don't have to go down the line.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, no, we'll hold off. Nope, nope.
Next question, next witness. Morning, good see, afternoon, good see.
Give me a name and address.
David Hitchner.
Ma'am, excuse, I can't hear anything. You're right on my microphone. Whatever was just said, I can't hear.
You guys can even sit down if you'd like.
David Hitchner. 720 South Milton Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21224.
You are licensee, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are requesting the board, along with Mr. Solis, for the extension of the license, correct?
That's correct.
And along with that, the question was, did you get together with Mr. Anthony to go over this menu?
Yes.
All right, and I know the Commissioner Moore was asking a question about, are women allowed in the Ritz?
Of course.
I mean, do you have women come in there?
Actually, a lot. It's
mean,
very
what-
co-ed friendly.
What's it like a lot? Is it 15, 20%?
Maybe about 30.
30%?
Yep.
All right, and are there other clubs you know of that have women that come in?
Maybe one or two off the top of my head, but that's pretty much it.
All right, and have you gone and seen places that had steakhouses along with adult entertainment?
You know, like the Penthouse Club in Manhattan or,
Wait a
you know,
minute,
Miami.
Who has the adult entertainment?
It's the Palace Club. What's it called?
Penthouse Club?
You mean the
Penthouse Club.
existing club?
He said, I asked him if he's ever been to other clubs that have steakhouses.
I mean, where the adult, how did adult entertainment get in here? Who has it and what?
You have the license at 504 South Broadway, correct?
That's where
That's
the
correct.
adult entertainment is?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All
All right, the existing place, your license.
And the question was before, is that had you gone to places that had adult entertainment and steakhouses connected with it?
Yes.
And you said, I don't know, tell what place you said.
No, like the Penthouse Club in Manhattan.
And in New Orleans, you've been in New Orleans?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and along with that, I know the question is, this is your liquor application, is that correct?
That's correct.
It has the word there, snacks.
Yes.
Why was snacks put there and not the menu information?
Well, it's funny that you say that. Snacks was put there before we even developed the menu. We just wanted to put something in and get the application.
That's for the new property, the new,
correct.
the construction.
And along with that, was this menu shown to each one of the community organizations?
Yes, it was.
And this is the menu that you're going to use in the establishment?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Hitchner, what is your future role going to be at this establishment?
Well, the future role is going to be, we're going to work very hard to develop a proper steakhouse, build a good clientele, and also make sure the operations at the other building are going as well too.
All right, but yet you filed to go on to a BD7 license for a hearing that was scheduled before this very liquor board last week, isn't that right?
That is correct.
All right, and it says on that application that you're going to be removing yourself from the license at the Ritz, isn't that right?
That was correct, yes.
All right, so why the change of heart?
We always have change of hearts every once in a while. After talking to, I guess, my close family friends and colleagues, I've decided to change my mind and just go back with the Ritz, which was my original family.
All right, but you haven't alerted the liquor board to that in its pending hearing with you as the applicant for the license?
It was submitted, yes.
I'm talking about the license at 2501 Fleet Street, a hearing that was scheduled before this board last week, which was postponed, I believe, at the request of the applicant, and which I believe is still pending and going forward. Because he can't be on two BD7 licenses at the same time, Your Honor, and it's very confusing certainly to my client, to see him on the docket on more than one BD7 within the same 7-day period. And exactly. So it's now your testimony that you are dropping out of 2501 Fleet Street, and you will be remaining on the license at the new Ritz.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you develop this menu?
No, I had some input on it.
All right, who actually put it together?
It was more or less just ideas of different people, and we kind of, Joe and I kind of like just put it together. Different high-end steakhouses, stole ideas from, there's nothing original. It's how you conceal your source. And we kind of took, good ideas from different places and put it in.
But nobody can tell me who set the prices, who put the menu items on there?
Well, we typed it up on a computer. It wasn't like we hired a firm to put together the menu.
All right, you're coming in here, is it your understanding that this document hasn't been presented to the board until today?
That's what he said.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand his testimony. And you've got, for example, $98 porterhouse for two on here?
Correct.
All right, and you didn't even bother spell checking this document?
I guess it wasn't.
All right. Mr. Hitchner, are you aware of the petition in support of the expansion of your BD7 license that was presented by Mr. Kadensky?
I was alerted by it a couple days ago.
All right. Did you hear the discussion wherein I indicated that at least one page says a $50 bar tab to everyone who signs in support of the Ritz expansion?
Yes, I just heard it just now when he said it.
All right, were you aware of that when this petition was being circulated?
No.
All right. Mr. Hitchner, with respect to the
Everybody'd like to know who did it.
with respect to the consolidation
Real
of
bright.
these lots, are these lots consolidated or not?
Well, they're separate. They're connected just like any other row home or building in Fells Point or Federal Hill or Canton. They're all pretty much connected together, but there's, walls against either one. It's not like they can break through and come on into the steakhouse.
Well, are you aware that a consolidated lot would allow interior building changes, including the permitting of separate interior egress and ingress between the two parcels?
I'm assuming that, there's gonna be zoning for that. You have to have a supporting wall, then you have to cut it open, then you have to shut the steakhouse down. That's an awful lot of stuff to kind of do, especially when you're trying to run a business.
But your building isn't even...
That's not his question. He wants to know, I think he wants to reach into your mind to find out what you're going to do.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna try to operate a very good high-end steakhouse. Obviously, if the menu has to change a little bit and get tweaked, obviously, you gotta start somewhere.
But Mr. Hitchner, do you understand that...
No, I don't believe that. We're not going to break from the Ritz into the steakhouse.
But do you realize that if the lots are consolidated, you may be able to?
Yes, I know we could.
Let me ask.
I mean, I guess.
Could he do that legally?
I would defer to Commissioner Jones, Your Honor, who is, quite frankly, was the zoning expert during my time here at the board, and
Well,
he's nodding
thank
his
you for your
head.
help, but I'm chairman.
Yes, Your Honor.
And not you.
Yeah, I wasn't
But
pretending to be
legally,
the chairman,
he
Your Honor.
can't. Now I'm going to ask you as the ex-chairman, he can't do it legally without coming before this board.
That is.
Maybe you thought so, but I don't.
Your Honor, may I continue questioning?
Sure, absolutely. Excuse my interruption.
That's all right. And Mr. Hitchner, are you aware that there's no provision in the MOU that prevents or prohibits the consolidation of the lots and therefore making interior entry and exits into the building?
I was not aware, but again, we'd have to bring it up to the board, and I'm sure that it wouldn't go well. You know, so,
But again, you don't know if those lots are consolidated or not?
as far as them being connected together, yes. I mean, it's like any other building in Fells Point. I mean, they're gonna share the same corporation. It's gonna be me and Joe that are on it. You know, I mean, as far as everything else goes. But as far as possibly, yes, could something happen? Of course, but is that our focus today? No, it's not. Our focus today is expanding a BD7. We're a steakhouse.
Right, but were you in on the decision as to proceed by requesting that this board expand the BD7 rather than seeking a separate new restaurant license?
Yes.
What decisions were made in that regard?
You know, obviously the tax, you know, thing, I'm not a CPA by any means, trust me. But as far as, you know, the tax purposes, but also, Joe and I want to stay on the same license. We want to be the owners of the same license. We don't want to somehow involve someone else that comes on a new license, which, as you know, and she just questioned me prior, that you can only be on one license.
One BD7 license, that's
Correct.
correct. All right, are you aware that there are mechanisms to allow that with corporations and LLC?
Yeah, I mean, there's always ways to do things, but, you know, I don't know if you ever dealt with people that lie and steal and cheat and, you know, in a cash business like this, it's awfully difficult to trust somebody.
All right, but did
You
you
know.
discuss those options
Yes,
with your attorney?
We poked holes in it.
Okay.
You know, that's just the direction we wanted to go because we feel it's gonna be the safest route.
All right, you understand that you're asking the board to effectively make you the largest club in all of Fells Point, isn't that right?
I'm going to object.
Yes,
There's no basis for that.
well, it's not that, it's that I don't know whether he has the factual basis
Right.
to say it, without any expert testimony, in this case, to preview such a question. So.
All right, I'll be happy to, yeah,
You
I'll be happy
understand
to,
where we-
absolutely,
If
yes.
you produce witnesses, then I'll let
Exactly.
you ask the question.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right, it's been previously indicated that the current capacity is around 250 persons, isn't that right?
Give or take, yeah.
All right, and it's been testified that 158 capacity, 158 seats are being added in this request.
The steakhouse, yeah.
All right, so you're looking at a single BD7 license with over 400 patrons, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Do you know of any other place in Fells Point with that capacity?
Maybe Pazzo. Maybe, you know, we got downtown, we have right next to, oh goodness gracious, now I can't think top of my head. You got 4 or 5 bars that are owned by the same owner, and they're all right next to each other. So would you consider that a large establishment? I
So-
mean, you know, there's plenty of, I've seen businesses that, you know, are large. I mean, I am aware that, yes, we will have a lot of people, God willing, if they actually do walk in the door. If not, we have a lot of empty seats.
Okay, so are you aware that you would be the largest BD7 capacity in Fells Point?
Same objection.
I'm not aware of it.
Come on.
Nothing further.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I want to jump ahead.
No, I decided.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioners' questions. Thank you very much for all your help, everybody. I struggle to somehow do the job. Go ahead.
You very well
Commissioners,
qualified.
questions?
I'm not going first. I'll go first.
Come on. None?
Not just that.
All right, I'll ask. I'm looking at what's been marked as exhibit number 3, and I'm going to hand it to you. Who prepared that petition?
Who created it?
Correct.
That's $1 million question. I don't know.
Whose signature is that at the bottom that says every person who attends would get a $50 credit for the Ritz bar tab?
As far as handwriting is concerned, I'm not sure exactly who it would be.
Did you authorize that?
I did not.
Are you prepared to hand out $50 for everybody that's in this room attending this hearing? This is a lot of people.
It's an awful fun party, but yes, I understand what you're.
You're prepared to make those payments?
Don't look at his lawyer, as your lawyers. We're kind of curious, we're all curious.
Will we honor
We want to
something
know
that's
if you're
in
going to
writing?
pay $50 out if they grab you when you're walking out the door.
Should it have been done? No, it should not have been done with a bribery to a bar tab, which I was unaware of.
Can you hand that back to me, please?
But did he answer this question? Would
So
you honor
here,
it?
so I'm showing you the petition. It says, there's a star, asterisk, every attendee to the hearing will receive $50 Ritz bar tab. Now, how are you gonna make that happen? How are you gonna make sure that all these people are gonna get their $50 credit?
I guess they would have to come in.
All right, and give you what? Should the liquor board write out little chits so that we can hand them out to the audience and say, yeah, you were here? And then they're gonna come to your bar and hand it back in? How do we make sure that people get what they were promised?
Just like any ad or something like for McDonald's, they made a mistake, they have to honor it. If it was right, wrong, whatever, past the lawyers, we'd have to honor it. So I guess you can all bring the visitor's pass from today and come in and get a $50 bar tab.
So you all, I mean, you understand the atmospherics of this are all wrong.
It's atrocious. I'm not, as far as what it was doing, that's not the point. The point was to show people or find people that actually wanted to see some change, that wanted to see a steakhouse, that didn't mind the Ritz, because the Ritz is, yes, it is what it is, okay, but it's also behind closed doors. No one sees what's going on unless you want to, okay? It's a free world, that's why we live in it. You know, and they were supposed to, you know, find people to sign it that were by that nature. By any means, it wasn't designed to set up a bribe to get people to sign it up to make us look like we are that loved, you know, and it's not right. I don't feel it's right at all.
All right, I have to agree with you. The other issue that I have with this petition is I noticed that a lot of the signatures are the same. They were all signed by the same person. And I wonder if you can help me understand why that is. Example, this page, it looks like all of the signatures were by all the names and addresses and dates are by the same person. Do you know how that came to be?
No, like I said, I wasn't even aware of this until, I mean, I heard about it last night. I was, you know, did not investigate one bit. Obviously, it was presented today.
The same as with this page, which is the page 6 of the petition. The same applies to this page, which is unnumbered. All the same handwriting.
And the one thing I don't see here is there should be a signature line where the person should be signing everything. Everything looks like it's been printed names without any signatures, which realistically could be someone that filled it out for them, and then the person that was there should be signing it. At least my understanding, but either way, I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. I see a lot of duplicate handwriting there, but do I know exactly who did it, or we'll be finding that out very soon.
Okay, because okay. That calls into question the value of the entire petition.
I agree with
You
you.
understand that? Okay.
It made something that was designed to be something very good turn into something that was.
Very bad.
Exactly.
I mean, there's no beating around the bush.
No.
It's very bad, and it
It's embarrassing.
really wasn't necessary. So with respect to what's been marked as Exhibit Number 2, My understanding is that these are all letters of nearby business owners that support the concept of expanding the license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the purpose for which we've been provided those letters?
Yes.
All right, now, those letters do not go into any detail about the type of license and what that means. You agree with me there, right?
Yes,
It just simply says expanding the business.
correct.
All right, so there's no detail about what that means, what the impact would be, what the food to liquor ratio is. You agree with me that none of that information is on those letters?
It is generalized, yes.
Right, and that is a form letter that I'm assuming y'all prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then took to your neighbors and asked them to sign?
Mhm.
And that's
Yes.
indeed what happened? Okay. All right, so with respect to the, I guess this is marked as exhibit number 4, the menu. It's really clear to me that y'all just sort of went to different restaurants, you picked maybe your favorite meals, dishes, and said, oh, that would be good, that would be good, that would be good. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, you not yet have retained the help or the assistance of a chef or a food consultant to actually put together what the real menu will actually be, correct?
We were trying to make the best thing we could as far as a template, as far as something to go by. And then, of course, you gotta start somewhere, and then you edit, and you keep editing, and you keep editing, and you finally get something that works really well, like Ruth Chris, or, like a Sullivan's.
Right.
No, we don't, we have not hired a chef, we have a property looks like a meteor hit it, and we really just want to get started on building it. Once the building is about, I wanna say about 85 to 90% finished, that's when we're gonna start hiring, because we still had about a month to 2 months to put all the staff in place and, get everything done.
So here's my last question for you. Sometimes the easier path is the path that should be followed. It's the path that should be taken. Y'all have chosen a really difficult path. You've chosen a path that there's a lot of opposition to, and you didn't. You can get a restaurant license, and you don't need the community to buy into the BD7. I just want to understand why you're choosing the far more difficult path, and you're not taking the obvious, simple, easy path. I need to know why.
We want to keep everything in-house. We want to keep the same owners without adding anyone else into it. And that's really, honestly, that's the main thing. Also, there's the tax reasons and everything else. But, when you bring someone else involved that you don't, you might know, you don't know. It's a cash business. It's an honesty thing. We like to keep everything. We're very happy with, Joe and I are very happy with each other. We've known each other for many years. And, we just like to keep it like that. And keep it under one corporation.
All right. Yep, thank you.
Sorry.
No other questions?
Just one rebuttal.
Redirect?
In regard to,
Redirect.
Redirect. Councilor Fogelman asked you about any place that we had the size of 400. Aren't you right across the street from the Latin Palace?
Yeah, Latin Palace is very large, too.
Okay, fine, thank you. Anything else?
Yes, briefly.
Any
Yes.
recross?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
You did sign the application in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And you did put down that snacks would be served?
Yeah, we discussed that.
Okay, all right. Let me make sure I have you with Mr. Ilkamp. All right. Nothing based on his questions. Thank you, Mr. Hitchner.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
Recall.
Give us your name for the record again.
Andrew O'Connell.
You've already been sworn. Go ahead, sir.
Now, there was a question about consolidation. The properties are not consolidated, is that correct?
Referring to, there's 504 South Broadway. That is a lot of property. With regard to the two properties that are next door, they are not consolidated.
And there's no plans to consolidate them, is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Are you basing your knowledge on a recent search of SDAT?
No, I've had to deal with a recent search. No, I've been litigating the two lots next door for some time. Those two were consolidated. Mailing address 500 and 502 long ago, and I believe that's why the city knocked down the wrong building. But with regard to 504, no, that's a separate property.
But would it surprise you if the SDAT website said that all the lots were consolidated?
Yes, because I've represented the ones to the right, looking at the front of 504 for a while. Yes.
You agree that consolidation could allow interior renovations?
I'm not that kind of lawyer. I don't know the answer to that question.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Just one quick question.
Sure.
Look at this. How many structures are there in that picture there? That's on the lot at 500 and 502, is that correct?
My understanding of this is an architect's drawing. This is 500, that's 502, and that's 504. This used to be a large building that was knocked down. Okay. And now understanding, is there more than one structure here? Yes, there's this building here, and then this building here, so that would be more than one structure, if I'm understanding your question.
That's 500 and 502.
That one, and that's the side elevation.
Side view, okay.
Comment?
Nothing further. Thank
Okay, maybe excuse, next question.
That would be the case in chief, subject to rebuttal. We'd submit a list of 19 people who have signed, and they didn't write their names, they printed their names, who are here. They would probably be that list that we could give later on.
Well, you can do whatever you want, have them stand, identify themselves, or what?
That's a $50 list.
It's just proper that those people are here on
Well,
stage.
you just had it signed?
Yes, they just signed it.
Okay. Questions, Commissioner? Any questions? And these are supporters.
Supporters that are here, sitting here.
You want me to ask them to stand, or what do you want me
They
to do?
they were stood and they were sworn in, and we'll all stand back up.
Let me ask them, persons who are standing, is this your signatures that I have here that's just been submitted? Anybody say no? So collectively, they say yes. And your position is support for the request? Anybody say no? So they all said yes. Okay, questions?
Yes, thank you. And just a better effort to identify the persons here today, they could raise their hands if they're employed or in any capacity with the new Ritz.
Go ahead, ask your question.
All right, yes, if you would raise your hand if you're employed by the new Ritz. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, are there any persons who are family members of employees of the Ritz who have not raised their hands? And I'd ask you to raise your hands and let me know how many of you are residents of the Greater Fells Point area.
Well, I'm going to object unless you define what Greater Fells Point is for me.
Well, I'll be happy.
Well, let's see if they can.
Well, I mean, we have the addresses here, so I will withdraw that question. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You may sit down. Thank you.
Case in chief.
And we'll now begin the opponents, if any.
All right, although I don't know if it's proper, I am going to make a motion at this time to deny this petition, even in a light most favorable to the applicant. Take a look at the petition with 600 signatures thereon. It's the worst petition I've ever seen before. I've never seen a petition that indicated that compensation would be paid for signing a petition. We just went through the 19 spectators who are here, 13 of them raising their hands, admitting that they are indeed employees of the Ritz. If you further look at the names of those persons, none of them reside within 5 blocks of 500 South Broadway. In fact, perhaps further than that. So I would say that there's absolutely been no burden met or no preponderance of public need and desire. Additionally, I would point out that the board is being asked to craft a very unusual expansion here rather than a B license.
This is a motion.
It is indeed. And I'll...
That's your argument.
No, yeah, and I'll skip to my final argument. Is this is either slapped together or very premature. The proposed menu is a very, very rough draft.
Mr. Fogelman, isn't it a question of weight that the board should give it?
Indeed.
Not a question of no evidence whatsoever.
I would
Whatever they've done, and it's for this board to decide what weight to give to it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the motion's denied.
Thank you.
Let's go on with your case.
Thank you. I'll call Liam Davis in the interest of his time.
Sure.
Mr. Davis is...
He's already been sworn. And your name is Leon Davis.
Liam Davis.
Liam.
Let's vote.
Liam. It's another Irish name, Your Honor.
Thank you. Shouldn't have to be reminded.
That's right.
Mr. Davis, who's your employer?
So I am here representing Council President Bernard C. Jack Young.
All right, and Based on your constituent services, what if any position is the council president maintaining in this situation?
Well, the council president is overwhelmingly supporting the community in their opposition to this proposal.
All right, and has he received correspondence regarding the request by the applicants?
I'm not sure if the applicants have contacted the council president himself, but he has been informed of the community's position or opposition to this project.
All right, I have no further questions. Mr. Davis, Mr. Kadinsky will have some questions.
Who informed him?
Well, we received several emails of letters of support or letters of opposition from various community leaders. One of them was Victor Corbin, who's the former president of Fells Prospect.
And anybody else?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Let me ask this question. Does the council president know that there's letters of support?
I believe he's aware that not everybody is in opposition.
So when you say the community, you're only talking about a segment, is that correct?
I guess you could say that.
I mean, either it's yes or no. If there are groups that are supporting it, does he know about the Fells Point Residents Association?
I'm not sure.
But you are sure he knows of some people who are not for this?
Questions asked and answered. Yes. Come on, let's
So
be.
he took the position without knowing, or he just disregarded his other group, or you don't know?
He took the position because of the community opposition is strong, and he's also taken the position because the councilman for the district, the councilman for the abutting district, and the 46 delegation have all opposed this project.
Based on the one group that been in touch?
Well, I've informed him that it's more than just one group. When you asked me the question, you asked me who talked to him.
The only I'm asking is that the discussions with the council president, he has not been directly involved in this, it's through yourself.
He has been directly involved from the person who I told you had contacted him.
I know that.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Maybe excuse?
Thank you.
Next witness.
Delegate Luke Klippinger.
My name is Luke, L-U-K-E Klippinger, C-L-I-P-P-I-N-G-E-R. I have not yet been sworn. I am an attorney, and a state's attorney in my day job, but I'm happy to get...
You're not representing anybody today except yourself.
I am representing myself.
Swear to witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
He took the position of Brian McHale, who did not run for re-election.
That is correct.
And we're glad to hear from you. What do you want to tell us?
The delegation, I'm representing Senator Ferguson and delegates Hammond and McHale, along with our, we hope soon-to-be colleague in 5 days, Brooke Learman, in our opposition to the expansion of the BD7 liquor license on Broadway. We have submitted a letter to the Liquor Board, which we will refer the board to, Your Honor, and most specifically, the main part of our opposition is that expansion of this license to encompass new property and new buildings would defeat the statutory ban, effectively, defeat the intent of the statutory ban on new licenses in the Second Ward that was established by the General Assembly.
As I read the letters, and that's one of the advantages I get as chairman, to not always follow the exact procedures. Some of your letters said that you did not object to a restaurant as long as it did not have liquor, and I believe your senator said that. The three delegates were consistent as opposing the entire thing as I read it.
We submitted one letter that was dated October 21st as an entire delegation. We indicated that some of the community organizations were not given the opportunity to see the option of just having a restaurant license placed at that location.
But the senator said that he actually himself didn't oppose a restaurant without liquor.
I have not spoken to Senator
that's what his
Ferguson.
letter said.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a letter from all four of us.
So that's
what
what
I
your
can refer
position
to.
is today. Questions?
Yes.
Yeah, when you don't expressed that you're an authority in Article 2B, are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. You said that Article 2B, Section 9-204, and I'm reading from your letter, said that you can't have another LBD 7 in Ward 2.
That the law prohibits the transfer of existing liquor licenses into and within Ward 2.
But it doesn't prohibit ones that are within Ward 2.
The ones that currently exist are not prohibited, correct?
And this one currently exists.
It does, but this would be an expansion of that liquor
That's
license.
not a prohibition. Are you telling me that that's a prohibition under 9204?
I would say that it absolutely skirts the intent of the law. In
Is it?
fact, it defies the intent of the
Don't
law
argue,
not
let
to,
him answer.
not to expand the liquor license into a much larger space. One of the things that this neighborhood, in fact, has found as a challenge is they've had to deal with a growth in the number of bar stools. That is what this prohibition was there to do. It was there to stop that growth. And that's why the General Assembly passed it at the time, and that's why it's still in the law now.
All right, so bar stools versus tables and chairs,
Bar stool or a chair?
does it make a difference to you?
It doesn't make a difference to me. I do. It doesn't make a difference to me.
So you'd be opposed regardless.
We would be opposed to an expansion of the BD7 at this location, yes.
And you talk about the B license, the B restaurant license?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, when you say B, is it your contention that a person can have a BD7 and a B?
It is not my contention that the same individual person could have a BD7 and a B. It would be my contention that in other parts of the city, there are businesses that have one person who has a B and another person who has a BD7. In fact, I think that's fairly common.
And you can have multiple Bs, though.
Could have multiple Bs, that's my
never-
understanding.
Anything else?
No, once again, I just want to make sure I understand. The delegation would support a B restaurant license, but not the expansion of a BD7.
That is correct,
Thank
yes.
you.
Can he be excused?
Yes.
Commissioner, wait, excuse me. Commissioners' questions?
No questions.
Your excuse, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'll call Joanne Massapust. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Ms. Ritter, why don't you come on up and state your full name?
My name's Denise Whitman. I live in Fells Point. My address is 2042 Fountain Street, 21231.
First name,
Denise. Right. I'm here in opposition to the expansion of this license.
You wrote letters, I recall.
Yes, I did.
I read it.
And first, I'd like to talk about the knocking down of the two buildings that were formerly there. One was a four-story Victorian, high Victorian Italianate building that was there, and suddenly the building started to collapse on one side. When that building collapsed, which is demolition by neglect, because if you don't prevent a building from collapsing, you haven't taken care of it. That building started to collapse. And when that building collapsed, for the public safety's sake, the city came in and started to knock it down so it wouldn't go into the streets, onto the cars, onto the pedestrian right-of-way. When they knocked that building, the two buildings, including the 18th century next door, the 18th century three-story, three-bay building that was next door, was also taken out because the buildings were interconnected. The joists were interconnected. As the joists were levered because the city was rapidly taking that building out, the joists took out the adjoining wall. All of this was because that beautiful, beautiful four-story building was taken down because somebody didn't care enough to take care of it.
I don't know that has anything to do with what we're here for.
Well,
Wait a minute.
let me start. Let me
Maybe she can connect it up.
let me connect the dots about
According to my,
yeah, your preservation. For 15 years, I was also secretary of the Design Review Committee for the Preservation Society.
I wrote the charter and the bylaws for the first Proven Association, or whatever you call it, for Fells Point. And it's been changed since then. But in those days, the neighborhood was virtually deserted, I have to say. I remember Councilman Duffy, who sat in front of me, turned around at me and he says, "Why do you want to save that broken-down, wrecked, roach-infested, rat-infested neighborhood where I was born?" Duffy said. I couldn't wait to get out of there. But different people see different things in different areas, and I saw a magnificent architectural wonder of the city's first foundings and the old 3 neighborhoods in a row, which finally reached Fells Point on the other side of Jones Fall. And you see the same thing. But ma'am, it doesn't have anything to do with the issues before us today.
Let me connect the dots here.
Okay, go ahead, try to
As the secretary of
connect
the
it.
Design Review Committee, I received calls, and I got a call one day, and it was kind of shocking to me, so I kind of remembered it, but I wish I remembered the person's name. But I got a call asking about demolition of 500 South Broadway. Could they demolish that building and put in a high-scale restaurant steakhouse? I'm like, you cannot demolish a historic building. You're in a CHAP district. You're in, well, back then it was an urban renewal plan district, and you're also in a National Register historic district. But I got that call, and 6 months later, the building was down. That's where my concern lies, in how this all took place. That's the preservation part of me. The second part I'm going to talk about is the mega bar. We have a mega bar legislation in place. Mega bar legislation.
You're talking about the neighborhood.
Right.
You mean
You're
talking about the ward.
Right, Ward 2, Precinct 46,
Yeah.
which this property is in. Mega bar talks about patrons, about people who are there, standing or seated, it doesn't matter. The
You know
fire
who,
department.
You know who knows Ward 2 very well?
Who's that?
His mother used to have a bar in Ward.
Never realized that.
I lived and I almost died there.
1700 block of Eastern Avenue, sorry, huh?
1614.
That's right, on the other side.
On the other side of Broadway.
Broadway split 1760.
But the Ritz Bar, the Ritz Bar, as it exists,
You gotta excuse me once in a while. I gotta sit here all day.
you know
long.
more than I do, and I've been there 36 years.
I know it's very cold.
The mega bar legislation was introduced to stop these big consolidated bars from having lots and lots of patrons, and that's the problem with this property. The existing, and it refers to existing bars currently, over 150 patrons. Over 150 patrons, the board can require it to file audited reports, can require it to serve more than 51% sales in food. And currently, the Ritz has 250 patrons of the ability, and this new one is 150 seats. Seats, they're not talking about standing patrons, because there's a standing requirement also, and the mega bar legislation doesn't discriminate. It's patrons. It's not seated patrons. It's not standing patrons. It's patrons, and that's determined by the fire department, by the fire marshal. So this consolidated property would then be required, both properties, both the new Ritz and this new Ritz Steakhouse, would then be required to sell 51% food sales. Food sales. Are they prepared to do that? That's my question.
All right, any cross-examination?
Regarding the, you understand from the testimony, these properties are not consolidated.
Right.
Okay, number two, you talked about the properties being as Victorian properties. What was in those buildings? You remember what was in that building?
In the right side building, there was an auto supply on the first floor. And the second, third, and fourth floors were unoccupied or storage for the auto supply building. The second property, my memory's a little bit fuzzy as to what was in there. It was retail on the first floor, as I recall. And it was formstone covered for the second and third stories, and it was a dormered roof.
So you remember the Eastern Autos had the lower levels?
Right.
You remember when Broadway Studios was on the upper level?
No,
So you only been there 36 years.
it's not visible.
Okay. That was one of the reasons why it was Broadway Studios up there. Along with this here, you said, who tore the buildings down?
That's my question.
You don't know, you testified for a whole time, you don't know who tore them down?
That's my question.
Do you know who tore them down, yes or no?
If you don't take care of a building,
Do you know
if
who?
I don't take care of my house and it falls down, I am at fault.
So you're at fault because these buildings turned down?
No, who's the owner?
Who pulled the buildings down?
I'm not saying that. Who? Well,
no further
indirectly, who's the owner?
Nothing, no further questions.
We're way far from me.
Or
We
Farfield?
all know that eventually. I can tell you as a circuit court judge for 24 years that I can't tell you how many times innocent people had their houses torn down by a negligent city who either had the wrong address, unbelievable, or believed that the building was so easy to get to, it was easier to get to the one they wanted to get to, so they just tore down the wrong building. It's terrible, but it's happened over and over and over again. It's still happening, going on right today.
Actually, I have pictures of this. I should have brought the pictures with me.
It's not the issue here
Yeah.
before us today. You're opposed, as I understand your testimony, you're opposed to this expansion. Why?
Megabar. Megabar. Pure and simple.
He's asked us questions. Any other commissioners?
No questions.
Next witness.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman. Appreciate it. All right. Call Joanne Massapust at this time.
You've been sworn and you've been identified before. I'd be glad to hear from you. And we've heard your prior testimony, and we recall it. And what do you have to add?
If I may, I'd like to read a statement.
Go ahead.
It'll take a couple of minutes, but you, since I've been here before, you actually know that I actually do better just reading a statement, and then if there are questions, I'm more than willing.
You never hear any complaint from me.
I have not, which I appreciate. Okay, so I'm going to start. As I usually do, prior to my FIPCO meeting on October the 14th, I did my homework so that I could share with my members the facts that they would need to make an informed decision. Here's what I learned. The application says that the type of live entertainment to be provided will be adult entertainment, and then there's a qualifying statement in the margin of the application that says that the adult entertainment license would not be expanded. The application also says that snacks will be sold. I guess in some people's worlds, $23 lobster bisque is a snack. The applicant's interview form describes the premises as a tavern with live entertainment, and that it is currently open. Now, my interpretation of the applicant's interview form is, because it says all over it that it's about the expansion, so I questioned how you could have an expansion for a non-existing building, and the application says that it's actually an operating establishment. Additionally, nowhere on the current BD7 license does it say that live entertainment is allowed. I checked through the file, I looked at numerous years of renewal, and nowhere in the file does it say that under the BD7 license, live entertainment is allowed. So all of the, all of these things that I found in the file, and the
No, I
continue.
thought you were going to just read it.
I am now. Okay. All of the things that I found in the file and the continued adamant resistance to obtaining a restaurant license for a restaurant were red flags. At the task force meeting on July the 23rd, Mr. Hurdle wouldn't even let his client answer the question from Delegate Hammond as to whether or not they would consider taking a free restaurant licenses. While the attorneys have said that the reason for not doing so is because a licensee cannot hold a B and a BD7 license, and we know that that is the law, we also know that both attorneys know that there are a variety of ways to deal with that. Mr. Kadensky has at least one client in Fells Point that has dealt with that problem by putting his wife on a second license, even though he is really the one who operates the business with another licensee. We've asked this question repeatedly about the restaurant license because, quite frankly, the position of our organization was to oppose the expansion because of possible ramifications in terms of what would happen if the actual restaurant failed, and to support the restaurant provided it had a restaurant license. Now, to be clear, because I've heard a lot of different testimony today about this, a restaurant license would allow the restaurant, which would be located at 500 to 502, to have liquor, but it would be under the auspices of a restaurant license. We feel very strongly that a restaurant license offers much more protection to the community than a BD7 even with an MOU. I understand, Judge Ward, that you don't like creating new licenses, and quite frankly, most of the time, I agree with you about that. In this case, it's my opinion that, looking at all of the factors, looking at the community as a whole, that a restaurant license offers the only real legal protection for the community. If the restaurant fails, we are left with a large BD7 with a total capacity of 360. The square footage for the new building alone is 7,680. That's a huge space. That includes all 3 floors, includes the basement, the first, and the second floor. I actually don't know what the square footage is for the current Ritz, but as I said, the total capacity for the 2 establishments would be 360. That does possibly make it the largest BD7 in Southeast Baltimore now that Voltage is closed. The other side is, one of the witnesses on the other side mentioned Pazzo, and they mentioned the Latin Palace. Well, those both have B licenses. Those are not BD7 establishments. They are B restaurants. They have a food requirement by law. And yes, they are large, but this is a different category. This is a BD7 that would be as large as some of those. The other thing is that, and I think this is significant in terms of need, currently, from Eastern Avenue south to the water, between the east side of Caroline Street and the west side of Washington, there are 25 existing BD7 license establishments. One of them includes a new one that was created by the previous board when they allowed a Class A establishment to become a BD7 by adding 5 bar stools and a TV. Additionally, I think it's significant to note that that same geographical area has a total of 72 existing liquor establishments. When you increase the area to encompass the boundaries of the entire greater Fells Point area, we have at least 56 BD7s and a total of about 150 licensed establishments at total. The other significant statistic, I think, is that currently
I think you've read this before.
I have elements of this in this, because I think it's, some of this, I'm sure that, I rewrote it, though, this time. I'm sure that you do. I have no doubt that you do. But I'm happy that you recognize that what I said apparently had enough of an impact that you remembered it, so that's a good thing.
Well, I think it's a fact that the Fells Point area is loaded with licenses.
Right, thank you. The other thing,
Ex-Senator George Kelly testified with his chart.
I know that. We would have liked to have had his chart here, but we actually didn't have, I don't know, but we might find out for another hearing. The,
You gotta stick to this license. You gotta stick. I mean, I understand that the area is loaded, but the problem is that the liquor board also has to comply with the law. And we have to deal with each individual application with the facts, and then also listen to everybody as to how they feel about that, how it affects them if they live in the community, whatever it is. Whether it's parking, or noise, or whatever. And we listen to all this, we listen to both sides. But as I recall the letters that some of the members of your group wrote, they were in favor of a restaurant, two, I recall distinctly. They were in favor of a restaurant as long as it didn't have liquor.
I actually don't recall seeing those letters. I know that the position that I shared with people that I talked to, the position that I shared at my meeting, the emails that I saw and the letters that I saw were very clear that they supported a restaurant with a restaurant license. I've not heard anybody personally, I've not seen any letter, and I've not seen anybody personally say that they didn't want to have any liquor at the restaurant.
Well, I recall two. There's only two. I read 31 letters.
That's a lot. We have actually about 100 letters. And I guess the other thing is that related to this particular application for the expansion, in addition to the position that our organization took, that position, which was to oppose the BD7 expansion and to support a restaurant with a restaurant license, was supported by Fells Prospect, the Southeast Community Relations Council, and Southeast, I'm talking to the Police Community Relations Council, the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association, and Butchers Hill. They've all supported that, I think, because we offered what we thought was a rational alternative, which was if you're going to have a restaurant, get a restaurant license. We also made it very clear from the very beginning at the task force meeting that the community would not oppose a steakhouse with a restaurant license, that the only opposition was to the expansion of the BD7. And so I want to make that clear, again, that that's been our position. That is the position, as far as I know, of everybody that has been opposing the expansion of the BD7, is that they would be fine if these people want to take a chance and have a high-end steakhouse with a restaurant license at the corner of Eastern and Broadway, fine, let them get a restaurant license.
All right, let's see if any questions develop anything. Any
Although, if
more-
I may, yeah, just to maybe direct the testimony. So specifically, Ms. Massapust, what, if anything, is wrong with the MOU that was signed by Mr. Soltis and Mr. Marks?
I'm gonna object to that phraseology.
Well, I'm going to sustain it only on grounds it's so broad.
All right.
Get down to facts.
All right, Ms. Massapust, are you in agreement with the terms of the MOU signed by Mr. Marks and Mr. Soltis?
No.
All right, why not?
Well, for one, I think that the biggest problem is that it would be very, very difficult to enforce the 50.1% of food requirements.
Why?
Well, okay, so one, first of all, it would be up to the community to make the complaints, and unless we go to the restaurant, we're not gonna know that. The other thing is that since legally, a BD7 does not have a food requirement, we actually believe pretty strongly that if this matter were appealed, that the appeal, that they'd win, because the law does not allow for a BD7 to have, I mean, there is no food requirement. I will say that we have had recent conversations with other bar owners in the neighborhood who have BD7s, who have said when there's been challenged by the community, we are not required to have food on.
What somebody else said.
Yeah, but I permit anything, that's what you did.
Well, then, as long as I can ask her who they were. Okay.
Okay.
And we give it the weight it deserves.
Okay, the person who shared that
I think,
info.
you know, we've been through this before on this case. Can we get down to specifics? We've been through all the percentages of food. We've been through all the business of the licenses. We've got to get to an issue here.
Your Honor, there are two active community associations within the Fells Point borders. One is Ms. Massapust's organization, the other is Mr. March's organization.
Yeah.
Mr. March signed an MOU, and I do believe it's important for you to hear why, if any reason, Ms. Massapust and FIPCO doesn't believe that it is going to protect the communities.
But I also read everything she submitted. Go ahead.
You got it.
One of the things about the MOU that I would like to say is that, this establishment is not within the boundaries of the Douglas Place Neighborhood Association. Their bylaws clearly
It's on the
say-
border also of, what's the other one up above?
Right, but they didn't enter into the MOU agreement.
DPA did. I think the other thing is that just, you know, Mr. Martz and I are actually friends. He's the president of FIPRA. We work together on a lot of issues. We're friends. I think it's significant that at the task force, when we took a vote, Mr. Martz voted to support the position of FIPCO. He stated here today that as an individual, he would prefer that the establishment have a restaurant license. I think that that's significant. I get that he represented what the people at his organization meeting said. I've been in that position before, where you have a position as a resident and an individual, and somehow you just can't convince your group that that's the way to go.
Also, I think it's fair to say that liquor boards changes and futures might come before other people. I intend to leave at the end of June, I'll be honest with you. And absolutely. And
We're
so
working
that's
on
that.
him.
And so
Can I help with that?
you can try. So yes, I understand all your positions. 5 years from now, maybe the restaurant doesn't work if they got it, and we're not saying anything that they will or won't, but I understand all your positions. And it's very difficult to enforce through liquor inspectors, whether it's a 50.1% of the food being, they have to go through their food records and so forth. And to be frank with you, the liquor inspectors don't have time to do that. I mean,
If I may, one other part, and you're absolutely right about that. They have more than enough to do already, and we've been appreciative of some of the changes that we've seen here that have resulted in, I think, more inspections and more
Response to the community. The other concern I have about the whole food percentage thing is that, unfortunately, we know that there are ways to get around what you consider food and what you put on. One of the people here, he can certainly testify to that he knew of a business in the neighborhood before who had $50,000 worth of French fries. So there are lots and lots of
it's
ways.
almost
And I guess the thing, to beat a dead horse,
and you also drinks, I mean, Coca-Colas are food. I could
cherries
on.
that go in drinks are
Yeah,
food,
yeah.
limes are food. So So rather than have to deal with all that, I actually think that
But let me say.
Commissioner
that-
Dana Moore actually
but
put it
your
real.
testimony has been, to some extent, not unfavorable to a restaurant.
Well, only if it's a restaurant license.
But I gather from the letters I read that they were opposed to it altogether.
I don't think that that's so, Your Honor. I don't mean to be, with all due respect.
And I remember the letters that said, for example,
Do we have?
they haven't been running too good a restaurant now. I mean, the bar, that wants to own the adjoining bar, never complaining about that.
Oh, I actually know who wrote that letter, and I know I do recall that letter. That individual withheld
Been there, what,
making a
15,
statement.
30 years in the neighborhood?
Right, yes, and that individual, now that you mentioned a little bit more, actually withheld making a recommendation about the restaurant license. The other letters, and I tried to read most of them, either via email or if Mr. Corbin collected them, were actually in favor of the restaurant if it had a restaurant license. And that was the caveat. It was just like, no, we don't want the BD7 expanded, we don't want to deal with a mega bar, we don't want to deal with what happens if the thing
But they're
fails.
not asking for that, so it's not an issue. They want the license for the bar.
But they want the BD7 expanded.
Yeah.
And what we're saying is, have the restaurant, but have it with a restaurant license.
So, I mean, what they're asking for, you are opposed to.
That's absolutely
And
correct.
that's been clear all the way through.
That's correct.
And there's been no testimony on their part that I've heard that they want anything but what they've asked for, which is what you're opposed to.
I'm opposed to the expansion of the BD7.
That's right. Am I correct?
Right.
But why specifically are you opposed to the expansion of a BD7?
So we're not here as a liquor board to reinterpret what they're asking for and to rephrase their request. We have to rule on what they're asking for versus the law, which is liquor is a privilege, not a right, and what the opposition says. That's the issue here today. It's a very clear issue as far as I'm concerned.
Well, one of the things that I'd like to just
So please, we gotta get going now.
I understand that.
Don't repeat anything.
I'm not going to repeat. At least I don't
Okay.
think this
I've
is a
heard so much
repetition.
about 51, I'm about ready to shoot myself. Come on.
Okay, well, this is not going to be about 51, I can
Judge.
guarantee you.
Don't do that. You're a
No.
marksman. You can't do that.
That's true, I never did.
One of the things oh God, don't say that, please. One of the things that I think is one of the reasons behind our opposition to the expansion is that it is essentially the same as creating another BD7.
I understand your point. Any other questions?
Yes, have you had any conversations with Mr. Ilcon or anyone else about their intentions?
I saw Mr. Ilcon on the street yesterday when Mr. Corbin and I were waiting to get the circulator to come down to the liquor board office to look at the file again. And we asked him why not get a restaurant license. And really what he said was he just didn't want to do that. Not that he couldn't really, but that he didn't want to do that because of the tax purposes.
Any other questions?
I have no other questions,
Any
thank you, Your Honor.
recross?
You don't disagree that you can't have a BD7 and a B at the same time?
I know that that's the law, Mr.
Okay,
Kadensky.
I'm just asking a question. And you mentioned a free license. Where do you get a free license? I know
Well, a restaurant license, with the capital investment that these individuals are making, they can get a restaurant license. It doesn't cost them any money.
you just go down, you don't have to come from the board and prove things and get, have a hearing? You just don't get it for free, do you?
It's my understanding that if
Let's not quibble, this board understands.
All right.
Yeah.
And,
All right, anything else?
you never offered them an MOU, did you?
I did not.
And when you say the community, it's a portion of the community.
What's the portion she represents, of
Right.
course. We're not
Just want to make sure,
ignorant.
because you keep saying the community.
Well, we understand.
All right, you're fine.
Any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, before any questions from the commissioners on this witness before she's excused?
No.
All right, you may be excused, ma'am. Call your next witness. Let's go on, folks. We gotta keep going. We're hearing the same thing over and over and over again here today.
All right, Victor Corbin, Your Honor.
My name is Victor Corbin,
Welcome back, Mr. Corbin. What do you have to
C-O-R-B-I-N.
tell us today?
Our Community Association Board voted
Which is?
Fells Prospect Community Association, which is located in 120 feet from this establishment. and it runs from Pratt Street down to Eastern, then it stair steps down to the waterfront and
Yeah,
goes
I
over to
remember
West
you,
Canyon.
particularly because weren't you the one who said that I'm part Spanish?
That's correct.
you
I am
were-
Hispanic,
you
yes.
were- We had Mr.
I was told I wasn't enough,
Anyway, I couldn't resist.
but that's okay.
Not gonna play an issue today.
All right, no, it does not.
Let's get to the point.
Okay, our,
I
at the,
hate my memory, because I remember everything.
no,
when I want to.
I hope I have a memory like yours when I get older. So, our board voted, on October 17th, to oppose the expansion of the BD7 license. We did mention that we would not be opposed to a restaurant with a B class, but that's not what we're
That's
here
not what
to.
they're asking
right,
for,
th-
and they won't accept it.
That's exactly why.
So that what they are asking for, you are opposed to.
That is correct, and that because we feel that the Fells Point area has enough BD7s. We have 56 BD7s currently in the greater Fells Point area.
Want this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right, exhibit one.
Let's get a copy.
Oops, excuse me.
Keep going.
We also feel that if you were to add the non-BD7 establishments in the greater Fells Point area, it's 156. We feel that there's no need or desire for this. Over 100
Mark it.
letters of opposition to the request of the expansion of the BD7 were submitted. I know that I myself drafted the letter instead of a petition for individual letters so that people can read them. I also carried around a copy of the application on my cell phone, so if people wanted to see the application. I attended 3 meetings to see the presentation. And I feel that this is just not what we need in Fells Point. I think it's oversaturation. It's an increase in capacity. It does fall under the megabar rule. I think also the issue is it's not enforceable. By law, a BD7 does not have a food requirement. It's going to be very difficult for the board or the inspectors to enforce. Even then, I have always been an advocate of MOUs in the past. I have done multiple MOUs which have saved this board many hours of these types of hearings. However, the MOU, if challenged, or if there's a transfer next week after they would be approved, then the new applicant can simply decide not to want to do what's in the MOU. I've seen it multiple times.
Well, let me ask you, can you give us an example?
Yes, actually, we do have an adult entertainment establishment in our area. It is our job to police these things. And I actually remember one evening I had to leave at 11 o'clock from my house. Well,
What has to do with what we have here, but
You're not asking for a dollar. Is that correct?
Right.
I'm
There was some mention of it, however, in the, as you know.
only to the 504.
Yes.
my example is to show that typically MOUs are enforced by the community. I had to sit on a stoop for an hour. I had to take pictures to show that there was violations. And even with doing that, showing that they violated the MOU, no violation was issued. So typically, MOUs, they're very hard to enforce unless you have a very strong community association that's going to come back and fight for the MOU. It's very difficult. Often, actually, that same evening when I was at that establishment, Vice came by. And it's an example of how an MOU is inadequate.
Mr. Chair, I don't know what MOU he's even talking about.
Well, we all can talk about the enforcements in the past and so forth.
This
And,
was just a month ago.
And the code itself has specifications with respect to adult entertainment, and these things have little or nothing to do with this case. But I have to say that for my, God knows how long, since 1953, when I was admitted to the bar, that it is almost impossible to get an organization in all parts of the city to police bars. So you have very organized neighborhoods like Fells Point, where you have such a thing, but usually it's rare. And I'm sure this board doesn't hear half the problems that go on in a lot of bars throughout the majority of the city. So I understand what he's talking about, and I accept it. And maybe the other commissioners might have a question or two. Now, what else?
Do you have any other reasons why you believe or don't believe the MOU will protect the residents?
Well, I think he's already said that.
Well, I'm asking if he has any other reasons that he has not yet discussed, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, the biggest one that I'm very concerned about
I
is,
have to give you a time. I've done that.
is it doesn't address the failure of the establishment. Community leaders have to lead. Our jobs as activists and community leaders are to foresee the future of what's going to happen in our neighborhood. I've been doing this for 6 years. I've been burned often, and I have learned over the 6 years how to become a good community president and to do what's best for the neighborhood. I think that this is not best for the neighborhood. It's not enforceable, and Mr. Kandinsky himself has told me outside in that hallway multiple times that MOUs, if challenged, would not hold up in court. Also, the MOU law, which I helped support and testified in Annapolis to get through the legislation, it only requires this board to look at an MOU only at renewal time. It doesn't, I mean, we've been very lucky recently that the board has started to enforce the MOU. But as my example, just before, the one establishment that I was talking about, Vice went in and I'm sitting out front and they didn't even know there was an MOU. When I asked them, did you get the MOU? They're not allowed to do this, 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 and this. He said there was no MOU attached to the license. And I pulled it up on my cell phone, showed him, he went back in, and then things got done. But I had to go outside and do it. And I'm not paid to do this.
All right, in conclusion, did you have a conversation with Mr. Ilkan yesterday regarding his intentions with the property?
Yes.
All right, what was the sum and substance thereof?
Well, we did talk about it. Clearly, we were on the opposite side. He was walking down Broadway looking for signatures while we were waiting for the circulator to do our homework, to look at the file so we could see if any documents were provided to the board that we could go over rather than having to take a recess to look at them. We, as a community association, made sure that all paperwork was provided to the board 72 hours prior to the hearing so that council could have time to look at our information. They did not do that for us. During the course of that conversation, he told me that if he didn't win today, that he'll just leave the lot empty. And I proceeded to say, well, then the city will either take you to court and take the property away from you. And he said, well, all I'm required to do is fill in the hole. And I said, okay, then fill in the hole, because I'm not changing our position.
Thank you.
When did you have your meeting? You said it was October 17th?
October 17th was the day that I received all the emails from the board members.
Just when did you have the meeting? That's all I'm asking. What date did you have the meeting?
This was done via email, Mr. Kandinsky.
You didn't have a meeting with the members present?
Our membership meeting was the week prior to that, so we were requested by another organization, which we typically have been, to ask to support that position. Since I and other board members had attended multiple meetings to see the presentation, I sent out a letter to the board and gave them 3 days to respond. 10 of those board members voted to support the the FIPCO position to oppose the expansion of the BD7. The other interesting, my vice president actually made a great point. Since when is a promise by a bar the law?
All right, any other, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you invite the licensees to your meeting?
I was at the task force meeting.
Well, either you did or you didn't.
No.
It's not, no. You are familiar with the letter that Councilman Kraft sent out and mentioned 4 community groups. Yours wasn't on that group, wasn't on that correspondence.
I was at the meeting where Councilman Kraft asked for the 4 most affected.
Okay. Yours was not on that group.
Let him answer. He didn't even finish his sentence.
the most effective groups were to have first say and to see the presentation. We are 121 feet outside of the location.
But you're not on that, you're not one of those 4 groups.
Well, you have the letter. I haven't seen it.
Next question. What kind, is your group incorporated?
Yes, it is. A matter of fact,
I'm just asking the question. Yes. Let's go. How many members do you have?
we have in excess of 75.
Okay. And you've had MOUs in the past?
I just said that, yes.
Okay. And you never offered an MOU to this licensee?
No, because we would not accept an
Well, that's
expanded
what you did,
BD7.
And you didn't invite them to your meeting?
No,
And you know the people down in Burley, is that correct?
that is correct. I live 1 block away.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect, anything new?
Yes, since we talked about your membership and your vote, could you just make sure that the commission understands the vote breakdowns?
Well, we'll decide that. Anything new? Don't repeat anything. We're getting late on time.
I understand. Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions of commissioners?
No questions.
Any other witnesses?
Your Honor, Mr. Tarasowitz has asked for 60 seconds of your time.
We certainly got that much. Give your name. You've already been sworn.
My name is Mark Tarasowicz, Tarasiewicz. I live at 1615 Bank Street, which is literally 1.5 block away from the project.
On the other side of Broadway.
Yes. Mark, M-A-R-E-K. I see no need and desire for this expansion. I oppose this expansion. There is already saturations of liquor license, BD7 license in our area. BD7 licenses bring much bigger problems to the community and destruction to the community than restaurant license. And I will repeat other people, I would support restaurant with the restaurant liquor license, but not BD7 license.
For a restaurant, what did you say?
With the liquor license only for restaurant, not BD7 license. I strongly oppose expansion.
Any other questions?
No questions. Thank
Any
you.
other cross?
How long have you lived there?
I lived there since 2009.
And the Ritz has always been there?
Yes.
Do you frequent the Ritz at all?
No, I don't. I'm gay. I don't need to see women.
That's a little more information than I was asking for, but you were telling me there's no gay and adult entertainment places?
I think this has nothing to do with the topic.
Let's object.
Sustain.
And along with that, you said another BD7. You understand on the list that Mr. Corbin just gave out, this license is listed on there as a BD7.
Yes, but much smaller. And I'm assuming the business is less selling alcohol, more selling the adult entertainment. We're talking about huge building, huge structure with basically BD7 license. Could be a liquor store, could be a tavern in the future if the restaurant fails. And I strongly oppose that. It's a destruction to the community.
Questions of commissioners?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarasowitz.
Anything else?
Your Honor, Charles Norton has asked for 30 seconds of your time. He's a 35-year resident of Shakespeare Street.
Can't resist it. I think I read his letter. Your name, sir?
Charles Norton?
And you've been sworn?
Yes.
And you've been here before?
Yes.
And we're glad to hear from you. What is your position?
I am opposed to the expansion.
Anything else?
I'd just like to make one statement, and that is that the community has been presented with the concept of a high-end steakhouse for this location at a meeting that I attended.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Until we got past the snacks.
Right. I look at that as a concept, and I've heard a lot of concepts over the 35 years I've been down here and before this board before. The one thing, we've been asked to support this based upon that concept. And I specifically asked the owner.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Right, right.
If you find that your original proposal is going to be banged.
Right. I have no problem with the concept. As a matter of fact, I appreciate.
They've raised their expectations.
Right.
And the community, a lot of the community
Right.
likes that.
Right. I support the idea, the concept of a restaurant, high-end steakhouse restaurant, or whatever high-end restaurant. I think that would be wonderful.
If they want to eat lamb or anything else, it's always steak.
Right. I think if that comes to fruition.
I used to be a butcher, by the way.
Who are you?
3 years, go ahead.
Okay.
Sharpshooter
I s-
Well, I shot some of them too. One time I made a terrible mistake, I took a pistol to shoot a bull.
Oh, my God.
With the,
Go down. I had to go get a rifle.
oh boy.
Go ahead. Has nothing to do with it.
Right. With that in mind, High-End Steakhouse, I indicated that I supported that concept. The one thing I did ask very specifically was, I said, will you, and I said, the hypothetical, let's say you do not, the community is opposed to the expansion of the BD7, or the board says no to a BD7 expansion, would you apply for a restaurant license, which you have support from every aspect of the community that I'm aware of? Would you apply for a restaurant license, which I said very honestly affords the community some control, and their answer was emphatically no. And my response to that was, in my mind, if you're not willing to, if you're denied it every way, but you say you really want a restaurant, said if you are not willing to apply for a restaurant, which is going to be not going to cost you specifically dollars to purchase the license, my thought is you have no desire to be a restaurant, and there is no comment again.
All right, you finished? Questions, anything else?
What community group do you belong to?
I belong to Fells Point Residents Association. I belong to FIPCO. I was a past board member of the Preservation Society. I was past president of the Fells Point Residents Association, not Residents Association, Fells Point Homeowners Association.
Are they still existing?
No.
I thought they went
Yeah,
down.
yeah. Things have changed.
Along-
And I was a member of the Business Association and Main Streets.
And along with it, when you say the community, you understand that that's not the entire community has that view.
Has
The view that you're saying that they're opposed to, when we have a memorandum of understanding with your community group.
I was not, no, I'm not quite sure that I understand it.
You're saying the community is against it. You're telling me everybody's against it, or just?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
But
I
the
said
group that he
everybody,
belongs to
every,
supports it.
I said that every organization that I'm aware of, every individual I've spoken to, has said they supported a restaurant. As a steakhouse, the whole concept, everybody supported it under a restaurant license, not under the expansion of a BD7, which does not allow the controls.
Notwithstanding your organization's MOU.
There was an MOU written. I was not at that meeting, and I personally, as a member of that organization, respect what that decision was, but I don't support it.
Okay, anything else? All evidence is in.
No, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that there is a document
Go ahead.
review. I know Mr. Corbin.
Well, first of
has-
all, the application is in evidence, of course. Any additional exhibits, we're glad to have you present them.
Well, and I just want to make sure I understand the board's policy. At least 60 or 70 letters were forwarded to the board by
They're all in
Mr. Corbin.
evidence.
Okay.
Everything in the file is in evidence.
All right, then I just want to make sure that the letter from Alfred Berry of AB Associates was received by you.
Present them to my assistant,
It
my
was.
other commissioner here. She's been keeping an eye on things.
All right, so they are in evidence, that letter, and
Yes.
his curricula vitae is also in
Yes.
evidence? All right, thank you very much.
You want to present them again, just to make sure?
But you tell me they're here. Let me give Mr. Kadinsky. Yeah, absolutely.
We
Madam
do have them.
Commissioner.
We do have them.
Mr.
If
Chairman.
we have them, give them back to them. There's no extra
The
paper.
only problem I have here with these is, they went through great lengths of saying they presented their paperwork 72 hours. This is dated October 30th. From
No,
what's-
that's not what they said.
When it
They-
says October 30th right here.
Mr. Corbin indicated, and Ms. Massapus indicated that they wanted to make sure to front end these letters. Mr. Berry, I believe,
Just bring them
dropped
all
this off
in and we're
yesterday.
sure. Exhibit, collectively.
Yeah, we have it.
It's in there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Collectively.
Same thing.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
And this is You have this letter?
We
Yes.
do.
That's what I said.
We do indeed have a letter
All right,
from
now
Mr.
I'm
Alberry.
gonna
We
have to
don't need
start
that,
timing
yeah.
you folks. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes for closing and 3 minutes for opposition closing if you want. Go ahead, sir.
I have a little rebuttal after that, or
That's-
yeah, a minute
Yes,
after that?
we'll give you a minute rebuttal.
I think that you have to look at the situation here, what I think is, people have to look at, we're not asking for another BD7. The property is zoned properly, there's nothing to say anything was wrong with the people that were there. They've submitted all the paperwork, the, people that are in favor, is everybody in favor? Absolutely not, but everybody doesn't have to be in favor. They make these claims of mega bars, you've got the Latin Palace across the street, it's much bigger than that. It's the capacity where people go. They own the property, they're under a situation where the city needs something done with this property. Maine's gonna put $1 million on it, $1 million on it to build it. They went through great, lengths to do everywhere where.
You know what your problem is. So you see, over the years, this probably would have been adopted by the community, but what's happened is a lot of people are just fed up with all the people who had promises broken, or there's just too many bars. The neighborhood is changing. I find that from my own experience that people have been there like your family, originally 30, 40, 50, 60 years. They're still there, and they're opposed to what's happened to their life. The young people have swarmed into all around the harbor, 15,000 official estimate, have a different lifestyle, and they like different things. These two peoples are clashing. You have the ones that you are having opposing you are the ones that have been there the longest time.
And you consider that the millennials, they call them, the people 25 to 45, who are really the future of the city. They go out and they spend their money. If there would be no more licenses in that area, I couldn't have an argument, but I
How about Melvin
guarantee
Malinsky's wife that had the little teeny
So
bar
good, yeah.
down there in the 1700 block of Shakespeare, and your mother that had it on Eastern Avenue, the 1600 block? See, they were like Polish bars.
But you know,
So forth.
everybody worked at National Can, American Can, and they had.
George, I
two
need a
shifts.
5-minute break. I'll be back shortly.
Okay, sure. What's the time limit on that? How many's you got?
Well, you
2
gave me a
minutes.
minute on my
He's 2
time.
minutes in.
Should I stop or?
No, go ahead.
But, you know, in those days, it was different. If there are not gonna be any other licenses in Fells Point, but you know, the 600 and 700 block, they're gonna come here for 3 or 4 licenses. Those licenses aren't any better or worse than this license in here. Nobody's saying anything bad about this place. If this man wants to put that money up and he wants to go ahead and do it, and he signed an MOU, that MOU has a lot of constraints to it. And if you don't do it, then, you know, once bitten, twice shy. It's not gonna happen that way. You heard a case today when somebody came in and added an MOU for the place across the street. Well, you can't say, well, it's all right for them over there, but it's not all right for him, you know? And I think that they showed a high end, you can't have a B and a BD7, you can't.
Unfortunately, they used part of your time, because the matter across the street had absolutely nothing to do with what you're talking about here.
Except size. Their place holds 500 people.
But the issue was that it was, I'm not gonna go into it. You know exactly what the issue
You can't have
was.
a B and a BD7. Everybody keeps saying you can't, it's against the law.
I heard. You're on.
Thank you, Your Honor. This bar or this expansion as proposed is a crazy quilt of a club. It's never been proposed before this board. What it's saying is, we're asking you to make a hybrid license, one that's too confusing, quite frankly, for any inspectors or zoning administrators to be able to enforce. They're asking for one half of the premises to have adult entertainment and no food requirements. The other half of the premises to have food requirements and no adult entertainment. Your Honor, basically, at this point, I want you to consider the law at 92041, the Mega Bar bill, because this is a de facto transfer in of the BD7 license, because we're not moving up. He's not taking the second and third floor. He's moving out to a separate address on South Broadway. It's akin to a transfer of the BD7, and that community clearly opposes that. In fact, in a nutshell, it's a backdoor way around the 92041 statute and the requirement for a B license. So you're gonna have to look for public need and desire, consider the factors under 10202A. Additionally, you'll consider other necessary factors under 10202. And I would argue, if you do the math here and look at the letters of the community associations that voted to oppose, it's overwhelming that the residents oppose the plan as described. Additionally, another necessary factor you have to look at is the enforcement headache that is going to be created as detailed by Mr. Barry's letter to the board. The board, and I unfortunately know this from the past with respect to live entertainment, the board, the zoning board, and the liquor board have both looked to each other and say, you need to enforce that. That's what's going to happen here, and that's not fair to the residents. Your Honor, I would also argue that this is not really a serious steakhouse. Look at this menu. Look at the snacks that were offered up in the application. You've seen barbecue joints come in here with better presentation. This is a slapdash plan to do something with that building because we have to build it. But really not a lot of time has been invested in thoroughly vetting that, and that's the residents' concern because it sends a message to the other 56 BD7 licenses in the neighborhood that if the board grants this one, that they can go ahead and step up and try to get their premises expanded. Like the opposition, we have 12 residents here who have been sworn, who you may notice do live in the neighborhood we're talking about today. They are employed by the club, and many are active in their community associations. Your Honor, this is too put together, kind of slapped together, and that's going to come back and cause problems for this board in enforcement and for problems with zoning for enforcement if it's allowed to go through in its incarnation when there's nothing but some tax savings as the disincentive for them to proceed with a restaurant license, which everyone knows how to enforce and proceed upon. So I thank you, Your Honor.
1 minute.
You look at, I disagree, 10202 doesn't apply here, read the statute, it doesn't apply. 9204.1 doesn't apply here either, because it's not a transfer in, it's an existing license. So you're trying to make something that really doesn't exist, you're making, if you don't like it, you're making the worst thing in the world. I have one restaurant person here said that's not a good menu. You have people here that aren't restaurant people. You know, they go around and see restaurant people. I pay $60 for a steak, you pay $6 for a steak. So if I never been asked to eat it, so you don't like the menu, don't eat there. You want a barbecue place, go to a barbecue place. But I'm telling you that you have multiple venues on the power plant line, they're all enforced, so it's not like this is something new. I maintain 9204.1 doesn't apply, neither does 10.202 apply. I think they made their case, and there's nothing here to say that this couldn't be enforced.
It's time for a decision. And the problem here is far-reaching in a sense, because while I respect the financier who is willing to spend a lot of money with this thing, and Mr. Icahn, and I in no way criticize him for trying to actually correct something the city wants corrected, which is, they call it a hole. It's really an absent lot. It's an empty lot caused by the destruction of valuable properties that had historic value years ago, but it's a fact of life. And he's not going to put his money in there unless he can make money back. And some of the people he's associated with himself in this prospective, your clients, if I may add, have not really exercised very much intelligence in putting through their application. It kind of shows a disregard for what's going to happen down the road. To have the $50 offer, for example, petitions signed by the same persons, the snack type of thing, a carelessly made out application, indicating a not real pure desire to do something which is going to last long after most of us here are alive, or at least me. In other words, it's hard for the neighborhood that's been around your this spot to believe that it's going to be what they say it's going to be, a high-class steakhouse. And I'm not convinced either. I have to be honest with you. I have no criticism of Mr. Icahn, who's not going to be serving those steaks. He's not going to be, he's going to watch his investment of over $1 million, and if it doesn't pay, I believe he's going to try to change it too. And that's why I'm opposed to your application, because I believe that it's based on a financial commitment by a person who is willing to say what it's going to be to try to get people to support it. And your application is singular. You want it as is without any changes, not the changes that the committee, the community says some of them will accept. And so we have a clear-cut question here. Do you get what you want without changes? Or does the community, which almost universally opposes what you want specifically? They're willing to take compromises, but you don't want any compromises. Therefore, I vote no.
I concur with the chair. In addition to the neighborhood associations who do not want this establishment to expand, I feel that the police department would be stretched very wide in trying to monitor the situation. You're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 participants if everything works out the way it looks on paper. And that would be a great police presence, which costs the taxpayers a lot of money. I'm not comfortable with consolidated lots. And you can say to me that they will be separate, but I know that a consolidated lot means that you can go anywhere within that building. You can put a door anywhere in that building. Although the liquor board may not give you authorization to move that drink from one to the other, but in essence, you have made that one. And whatever that address is, you can take it to court if you want to. That address allows you to use liquor products throughout. So with that in mind, my answer is no.
My answer also is no. My mother, the great Ellie Anderson, has this saying, too slick by half. And I feel like this application is that, too slick by half. It wasn't presented well. When you start peeling down the layers, it's obvious that there really is not any real thought given to this being a steakhouse. The petitions offering money for showing up is extremely disturbing. That alone would cause me to say no, because that injects such a huge level of doubt as to the credibility of not just the application, but the applicants. It's extremely disturbing that Mr. Hitchner was on an application last week for a different place. This week he's on this one. Next week he's not going to be on the other one. There's too many moving parts. The MOU, I think that as I was hearing the questions about the MOU that was signed, it wasn't to establish what was in the MOU, but those questions were designed to demonstrate the flaws in the MOU. And clearly, the one thing that y'all thought would make this workable was the food to liquor ratio, and it is completely unenforceable. And I think that that was brought out by the cross-examination. Perhaps this application is being driven by some sense of pressure that something has to happen on that lot by December of 2014. But whatever happens on the lot, it won't be this. It won't be with an expansion of this BD7 license. I strongly vote no.
You have our decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll stand in adjournment till next week.